Oh my gosh, where am I on my PC? Hello? I mean, well, first of all, hello, you guys, everybody. But sorry, I was in the, I thought I could be way smoother about that. All right, there we go. Hey, how's it going? Welcome on in, everybody. It is, it's another run day. So basically, what happened? Because I already did a practice run a few days ago, but boy, oh boy, it was such a disaster that I thought, why don't I try to get another practice run in before the deadline and submit that? You know, have a little bit less of a disaster run. And also, I mean, and not just so that my submission is better, but so that I am less rusty, right? So let's go. Let's get another run started up here. Let's play through Final Fantasy VII again, shall we? Let's go. What controller do I use? Depends on if I'm running turbo. So I will show you. Today I'm running turbo. But on a non-turbo day, I use, this'll work, right? Nope. That's not what oh, in my balding spot. Hang on a second. Here, I'll show it during the opening. And yo, DBZ. All right, here we go. Boom, there we go. Timer started. So now we'll say, and yo, Tara. So when I'm not running turbo, I use the standard Sony controller, and you can see it is the circle button is well worn from being mashed. So this is the best controller for running this game in general, I think. Just because I love how the D-pad feels. It's very precise. It's really easy to grip this thing for mashing. Now, when I'm running turbo, I use this, which was an analog controller, but the thing is, I don't like third-party controllers. So what I did was I designed my own turbo implementation, and I put it in place of the analog stick daughter board. So this is an analog controller, but I took the analog stick daughter board out and replaced it with my own PCB that adds turbo. So this is turbo circle. This is also turbo circle, except it clicks on and it clicks off, right? So yeah, there you go. Sony made a turbo controller. I don't remember that being a thing, or at least I've never seen it. But yeah, so this was my solution. That's what I use for turbo. The Dr. Masho. Yo, Cornfed. La da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay. And yo, Carson. And everyone else on YouTube as well. How you guys doing? Welcome. Mrs. Dash. With the 8-7 months. 8-7, right, kids? Right, fellow kids? Bum bum da 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 da. Whoop. Okay. So surely this will go better than last time, but you know, only if I make it so. Don't get a plus 10 again? Exactly, I'll be trying. I mean, it takes some big problems for that to happen, and we had some big problems. Dude, I think about that "Don't Call Me Shirley" line like every day. Because I say Shirley a lot. Surely, this run will be better. What's the latest I'd be willing to reset? Okay, so today, the answer is no resets. We're not resetting because this is practice for a race, right? Which is different from like a PB attempt. This is like we're gonna do some safety saves, and the idea is we don't reset no matter what. However, on Wednesday, I took the day off work Wednesday to do a run, and even though I said the exact same thing that day, I still reset 4 hours in because something went terribly wrong. And we're not gonna let that happen again this time. See, that's part of it. And so what I'm not saying is that I'm gonna reset 4 hours in today. What I'm saying is we learned a lesson where we can prevent that this time. Even if something goes very wrong, we can have a safety save before that part this time. Best game ever, but you've never seen a speedrun? The speedrun is awesome. This run has everything. It's got tight movement, cool skips, fast, sometimes complex decision making. It's awesome. It's the best speedrun. Do I ever forget what category I'm on and use wrong strats? Sometimes that's happened, yeah, because I run both any percent and 100%, and sometimes you get mixed up between the two step routes, or like, you know, taking a wrong turn or something because you're going for the other category. It happens. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, I counted too fast there at first. I started on the wrong foot or something. So I just went visually. You don't really have to count those steps one by one. You can just walk until Cloud is at that spot. But yeah, yeah, exactly, Pro Speed. We will be saving before Schizo this time. And yeah, if you've never seen a run of this game before, the step route is definitely one of the most, like, surprising things, I think, to someone coming in. And we'll get into that in a minute. Ooh, early Barrett attack. Barrett got first turn. Nice little bit of free damage there. And that should make it so that we're guaranteed a Scorpion Tail on round 2, which might be nice. Since Cloud has 312 max HP, we would love to see a Braver from Cloud. So hopefully he search scopes Cloud again. It's gonna look a little dicey if he does, but we'll see. So, oh, no, we're not. Okay. So we're on maximum battle speed, and we're on ATB active. And so what that means is, after each character goes, like, watch Cloud's ATB here. Boom. Cloud's ATB refilled before... Uh-oh, I just screwed up a little bit, but actually it's not going to matter. Cloud's ATB refilled before the next character's turn was even over, right? And that's always how the fight works when you have it at this speed. Which is the reason that that's really important is so that we can jam limit breaks, because limit breaks get prioritized in the turn queue. So here his tail goes up. He counterattacks when you attack him while his tail is up, which I'm doing purposefully one time to get both of our characters a limit bar. Now we wait for the phase to be over, which also is helped by maximum battle speed. And then I was holding that attack though, because notice Barrett got his limit break, but I was able to still regular attack with him. And that's because I had already chosen attack. If you hadn't already chosen it, but not targeted it yet, then you could only do a limit. Alright. So now, him not being dead yet is not the fastest fight in the world. This should kill him, though. Yeah, that was pretty slow, but it's totally fine. Everything is according to plan. Boom. Yeah, 928 is pretty slow, but oh well. It happens when you get a third surge scope because you haven't done enough damage. Why save Cloud's limit? Oh, because it's going to be better against apps. That's a great question. We could have just killed him by Bravering there, but the Braver is going to do way more damage against the apps fight because we're going to do a setup in order to get a preemptive encounter against apps. And speaking of preemptive apps, here's how we do it. We force this next encounter right here. And then we do a movement setup to get out of the reactor so that we end up having gotten out of the reactor after a specific number of steps. So, run down and left to bonk into the potion. Walk down until we talk to Jesse. Those walking steps got underneath an encounter. And then run up to that spot exactly. And then walk off screen, which also skips an encounter. Alright. And then now basically we just leave as efficiently as possible after that setup. How long am I speedrunning? You mean today? I mean, today we're doing the whole 6 hours. But how long have I been running the game? I don't remember. Like 4 years? Maybe longer than that, though. Boom, and there we go. So that movement got us out of the reactor after a specific number of steps. And the thing is, though, your steps are only tracked on screens that are hostile, as in screens where you can get into random fights. So now, because of a skip we do, we're not going to be on another hostile field all the way until the sewers where you fight apps. And so when we get there, we're going to be on that step that we just left on from the reactor, which is just a few steps in front of a preemptive. And so we're going to take advantage of that, and you'll see it. King and E! Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for resubbing. Thanks for the good luck. But yeah, I started running this game a couple months before Calm Skip was discovered. So whenever that was, I don't really remember. I think it was 5 years ago. And the thing was, I went really hard speedrunning this game for 2 years. Because I was streaming full time at the time, so I just went super hard on it and ran it like every day. But then my streaming schedule slowed down, and now my streaming schedule really slowed down. DB Zima, thank you. And Jay Burton, how's it going? Hello. 8th of October 2021, was that my first submission? 'Cause that sounds about right. Had I speedrun other games prior? Yeah, a couple. I played Super Mario Bros. Warpless. I did runs of, and then what was the? Oh, October 8th, 2021. That was Calm Skip. Yeah, so I started a couple months before that. Yeah. But yeah, I used to run Super Mario Bros. Warpless, which is very different. That's a 20-minute run. Very different. And then I ran another game called Wings of V. It is an indie game. It's a precision platformer with great combat. It's made by, you might have heard of I Want to Be the Boshi, except I don't know if that game is for old people now, or if that's like old Twitch and people don't know what that is anymore. But the guy who made, not I Want to Be the Guy, there was a different version of it, a different fan game called I Want to Be the Boshi, that got super popular as like a rage game for streamers. The guy who made that made Wings of V, and it's one of my all-time favorite games. Like it's like, okay, now I'm gonna make a real game, right? And man, it is so good. So I speedran that. That's like I think my PB was in the realm of 45 minutes, and world record is in the realm of like 35 minutes. I wasn't nearly the best at it, but I'm just saying, you know, also quite a bit of a shorter run. How's being a father treating me? Oh, great. We've got the best baby, dude. She's the cutest. She's the most well-behaved. And apparently she's got the biggest head. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Babies' heads are always disproportionate. Yeah, but they told us at the doctor, you know. They measured her head as well as her height and weight. She's right at the top of the bell curve, 50th percentile for both height and weight, but her head size is 91st percentile. So I know, and I'm glad about it. Yeah, big head means big brain. I'm excited to have a big head baby. Now we just got to work on, you know, getting it all wrinkly. Oh yeah, disc 2 skip. Okay. Yo, Frankie. Oh, you're not too late. Thoughts on what her first game should be? I mean, she was kind of playing GTA Vice City on my lap yesterday. As in, she was on my lap while I was playing it, and she was, you know, messing with the analog sticks. But I mean, you know, when she's like old enough to really play games, I'll tell you, I have thought about this. Not necessarily like what game specifically, but I did get a CRT in our family room, you know. So our family room, we've got our normal TV, right? Our big HD TV. But to the right of it, right over there, I put a little TV stand and a nice 27-inch CRT with a good picture, And so, and I've got all the hookups ready so that NES, SNES, right, PS1, N64, all that stuff is available to her to play whatever she wants. So for old games, she can play them the right way, right? Instead of like all this modern bullshit of like, oh, I can play Battletoads on Switch Online, where it has a fucking quarter second of input latency, and you can like rewind and all that kind of stuff, and nah. You need the CRT, you need the original brick controller, you need instant feedback to your button presses, Sometimes you gotta try to turn the system on a couple of times to get the game to boot. We need all that. Boot up Star Fox 64 for the first time in a decade, and after 5 boards, this guy is old, Elder Aspirin, calling them boards. Give yourself tennis elbow, mashing the button. Oh yeah. Do you need to mash in Star Fox 64, huh? I haven't played Star Fox 64 in a long time. I didn't remember whether you had to mash or not in that game. It shoots as fast as you can push. Gotcha. You have a 4K TV without a component source? Yeah, I don't know if ours has a component source, actually. That's a good point. But, yeah, we've got you can get the RetroTink nowadays to give you your component source. But, yeah, seeing it go, though. Hate it. Have I seen the FF7 dioramas that Target is selling? Yeah. Yeah. That's neat. That's a neat thing. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier, like, what if she hates FF7? She won't, she's a girl. Girls love Zelda, and they love Final Fantasy. And, just like her mom, she'll probably also love Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing, and Valheim. Retroscaler 2X. I haven't seen that one. All I can tell you, as far as upscalers, the big thing I always say about upscalers is just don't get the classic RetroTink, the one that only line doubles. If you're gonna get a RetroTink, take the plunge and get the 5X. It's absolutely worth it. Final Fantasy might be a gateway to Kingdom Hearts. Ooh, good point, dude. Good point. Because I love Final Fantasy, her mom loves Disney. Uh-oh. Actually, I don't even know if I would say that my wife loves Disney. My wife would probably argue with me if I said that she loves Disney. But, look, this kid's not going to stand a chance against Kingdom Hearts, is what I'm saying. I think my wife likes classic Disney, and that's what old Kingdom Hearts is. Boom, boom. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel tonight. All right. And Pro Speed, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Like Moana. Hey, my wife did make me go see Moana when it came out, and Frozen. So those are the latest 2 Disney movies that I've seen, are Moana and Frozen. Before that, though, I mean, I don't think I saw a Disney movie since I was a kid, I feel like. Is Toy Story Disney? Yeah, right? Yeah. I think I saw Toy Story, was it 3 or 4? The one where, there's, like, the teddy bear. Like, there's, like, the old man teddy bear. And they all get crushed in the trash compactor? That's 3? Okay. So I saw that also. Got to make these selections very carefully if you're doing a no reset. Because any one of these selections, if you pick it wrong, your run is instantly dead. So the prudent thing to do would be to save before wall market, but I think you just slow it down a little bit. During the race, though, I might save in wall market. This is NTSC version. You definitely speedrun NTSC for this game, because PAL actually runs at 5/6 the speed. So you're at a massive disadvantage, and your run will take over an hour longer just from the game running slower if you play PAL. We're grabbing the Tiara right now. Would it kill steps if Don picks Tifa? I don't think so. I don't think it puts you into a hostile room. But you are probably going to run out of grenades. Here's bar skip. This also, like, this will soft lock your game if you don't do it right. But what it is we're doing is we're giving the lady the medicine and picking our dress at the same time, which is, like 10-15 seconds faster. Oh, I didn't make a command for it, Tirith, but FF7relay.com is the website to get your info. And Mineline, how's it going? Which one's the fastest? Sorry, are we asking about, like, for Don Corneo picking people? We're getting him to pick Cloud. So that's why we bothered to go do, like, the little side mission for the materia shop and get the diamond tiara. And then we got the digestive and gave it to the lady to get the sexy cologne. Now we need to make sure that we win the blonde wig by winning the squats game, which is really easy. It's just FF relay? Oh, sorry, FF7 relay. Yeah, that doesn't make sense that it would be that. It's just FF relay. Good call. FFrelay.com. But yeah, now we need to make sure that we get the blonde wig by winning squats. Wow, this guy's doing a lot of squats today, though. There we go. I think he starts getting more likely to get tired after 10 seconds. Oh yeah, because now he's, like, not doing any. And then lastly, we needed to choose the right options to get the silk dress, and that fulfills like basically the minimum or the fastest way to fill the requirements to get the Dawn to pick Cloud, because that skips right to being in the Dawn's room instead of having to go to that other room where like the guys are like drooling over Cloud and slowly chasing him around the room, and then he like reveals that he's a dude, and I think you do 3 fights in there. Yeah, it takes forever to get picked or to not get picked. All right. Have fun, Frankie. I hope it's a good one. I know. I don't care what Cloud is wearing. The fact that he's picking him over Tifa. Come on. Oh, it happened again. It happened again. I hit L1 just a little bit too early. Aerith's dress does look really good here. You can progress even when you fail the minigame, so it's not fastest just to fail it. Are you talking about the squats? Because whether you succeed or fail, it takes 30 seconds, you know? It's a timed game. And but the reason that you want to succeed is to get the blonde wig, because that's going to count towards getting the Dawn to pick Cloud, which saves a lot of time over him picking Tifa or Aeris. Hey, speaking of the Epstein files, you know what is kind of a Trainee, thank you for resubscribing. You know what is one of like the nice things about this game in general, I think, or just something that kind of sets this game apart a little bit from JRPGs, is the fact that Cloud is like 22, 21 or 22, and Tifa's 21 or 22. Aeris is like 20. So many JRPGs, your character is like 14 or 16 or something. It's nice to have him be a little bit older in this one. And I realized why, though. You know why it is? It's because this game's story does start when the characters are 14. It's just that that's when the Nibelheim incident occurs. Or not the Nibelheim incident. That's when Cloud leaves Nibelheim, originally. And then 7 years later is when the game takes place. Because, you know, 2 years later is when he returns, and then the experiments start, and then 5 years later is when the game starts. Oh, right, Aeris is older. That's right. She's a year older. And yeah, Expedition 33 was really good about that as well. Because like Expedition 33 was interesting for me specifically because I was 34 when that game came out, you know? So it's like I am the age where you would die at the start of that game. Just for being too old. How old is Sephiroth? I think it says unknown in the book, if I'm not mistaken. Dun, dun. Someone from Square claims people are tired of side quests in JRPGs. I mean, I don't think Square knows anything that they're doing anymore, you know? As far, like, well, you know, people are tired of Square side quests, probably. You know what game has great side quests? The entire Yakuza series. What people don't like about side quests are ones that are like in Bravely Default 2, where someone just like asks you for a thing, and then you just have to go get it, and then you bring it back and they go thanks, and then that's it. Nobody likes that. All right, here we go. Here's the movement for that preemptive apps. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so now this is a boss fight, but it's going to be preemptive, and this is why we saved the Braver. So first we queue up 3 grenades. Now the grenades visually turn the boss around, but he is still backwards right now until we Braver him. So here comes the Braver. And it's gonna do, boom, quad damage. 479 is a little on the weak side. Ooh, that might not be good. Okay, we got the quick kill. The worst thing that can happen in an FF7 run, I think, is getting stuck in Calm Mountain. Because like, the thing is, the run gets really fun after you get out of Midgar. But when you get stuck in the mountain, it's just a total cockblock. I think the cutoff is August 8th, I heard. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. But yeah, some people may have heard me rant about this specifically before, but dude, in Bravely Default 2, I remember there being this one side quest specifically. Like, they were all bad, but there was one specifically where it was like, in the dungeon, you find this guy that just goes, I forgot my lunch today. Would you go get it from my wife for me? And it's like, all right. So you have to go out of the dungeon, run back to town, and find his wife. And his wife goes, oh, he's so silly. Here's his lunch. And so then you bring it back to him. And he goes, oh, but I need my drink too. Will you get that from her too? So you have to go back to out of the dungeon, back to town again, back to the lady, talk to her, and she goes, oh, he's so silly. Here's his drink. And so then you run back out of town, back into the dungeon to the guy, and he goes, thanks, but I need my utensils too. And so you have to run out of the dungeon, back to town, to the lady. She gives you the utensils. You go all the way back into the dungeon. You bring him back to him, and he goes, thanks. And then that's the end of the fucking quest. That's it. That's the end of the quest. It's like the worst writing and game design together I've ever seen in my entire life. That's why people think they don't like side quests. But here's the thing, so I complain that gameplay-wise, all you're doing is running back and forth between two people, but really the problem is the writing. It's the fact that absolutely nothing of value is coming to the player from the writing side of things, because the side quests in Yakuza are actually very similar, where you just run back and forth and talk to people, and that's it a lot of the time. But in Yakuza, the writing is so good that it's like, while that's happening, you're getting told this like very funny side quest of this story that's happening. Like in Yakuza 0, when the kid's game gets stolen, and then you find the guy that stole it, but it just got stolen from him, and then you find that guy and it got stolen from him, and then that guy sold it to some Yakuza guy, but then the Yakuza guy turns out to be the father of the kid that originally got it stolen from, and everyone learns a lesson, you know? Like, that shit's great. Or like the one in Like a Dragon, I can't spoil this one because Mrs. Dash might be listening, but like, do you guys remember the side quest in Yakuza 0 with the persimmon on the tree? It's so fucking funny, dude. But all the side quest is it's just a cutscene. Every time that you come back to the spot, it's a cutscene, and that's it. There's no gameplay to it, but it's so well written that it's super memorable. Yes, dude, the Dominatrix side quest from Yakuza 0 was one of the best ones. Oh, man. Escaping a fight, is it RNG? It is RNG, but there are things you can do to help. For example, being an ATB active is very good instead of ATB wait, because you only get credit. Like, how it works is, as you're holding R1 and L1, every frame of battle logic, which it's kind of hard to explain FPS in this game for battles. At 15 frames per second, the game checks RNG every frame for a escape attempt, and if you are holding R1 and L1 and time is flowing, as in it says time above ATB and not wait, then the game, if the number was good enough, then it gives you escape credit. But then the other thing that it does, as far as that goes, is when I say it gives you escape credits, what that means is it reduces the escape difficulty by 1, and when it hits 0, you escape. And most battles, though, the escape difficulty only starts at 1, so you only need to get one successful escape check. But there are some battles, like the Midgar Zolom, for example, or like the unknowns down in Gelnika, where the escape difficulty is a little bit higher, which is why those fights take noticeably longer to escape from. But yeah, so it is RNG, but there are things that we keep in mind to maximize our chances to escape, like being an ATB active. And then the other thing is trying to avoid long animations. So like, you'll notice sometimes I queue up row changes. While I'm escaping, I'm holding left in circle to have my characters change rows over and over. What that achieves is the row change is just a relatively short animation. So if I can... It's possible that if I don't do the row change, then the enemy gets a turn and I have to wait for their long attack animation to be over by the time that the escape goes off. But if I do a row change, that's a little quick animation, which gives me that much more time to maybe successfully escape before the enemy's long animation begins. You know what I mean? So that's what the row changes are for while escaping, but I don't do it super often. It depends on the enemy whether you should be doing that. And as far as who finds out how all this stuff works, you know, I don't know, people who like decompile the game and that kind of stuff. Yeah, data people, I guess. A lot of the time, the data people and the tassers work together. Are glitches cheating? In general, no. I think like the way I see speedrunning is the default base state of speedrunning is that if you can sit down and turn the game on, whatever you can do with your controller is allowed and on the table, right? And then it's up to the community to decide whether certain things need to get banned because they're overpowering, but that is going to come in the form of other categories. There is always, pretty much always going to be that baseline anything goes category, which is any percent, right? And then if people want, we get new categories that have restrictions on them. For example, we are playing any percent no slots right now because if you just, and this is before disc 1 skip, so ignore disc 1 skip for a second and we'll say the fastest way to beat this game just sitting down with a controller on PlayStation used to be, or it is, to grind out kills with Kate Sith until you unlock slots and then use slots to one-shot every boss. Well, people thought it might be more fun and interesting to not use slots, so another category, no slots, was created that has that restriction, and what do you know, then that became the most popular category. So that doesn't mean that slots is cheating, it just means that people decided to make a category that bans it, because that would be more interesting, right? And now that can happen with certain glitches though too. For example, after disc 1 skip was discovered, there is any percent. Now, the fastest way to beat the game with a controller in your hands, anything goes, is to do disc 1 skip. And so the any percent no slots category also bans disc 1 skip. So again, the glitch isn't cheating, but it is banned in this category to keep this category more fun. So hopefully all that makes sense. And 50, thank you for resubscribing. All right. Ooh, good spot for that fight. We are quite ahead on steps. So these guys, I don't do the row change because their animation is pretty quick. So it's just not necessary. And I like getting hit because it raises our limit bar if Cloud didn't already have his limit. Autofire controllers are allowed in the turbo category, they are. Like, when you just go to speedrun.com/FF7, the default leaderboard that comes up does not allow turbo controllers or autofire controllers. But today, I am running with turbo. Turbo just has its own leaderboard. All right. So, speaking of crazy strats and glitches and stuff, it's time to count these waterfall glows. So right now we're going to use a stopwatch and time the amount of time between each of the glows at the bottom of the waterfall if you look closely at it. Okay, nice. so now I've got a WordPad document that has literally every single one, every single possible waterfall pattern. There's 256 different waterfall patterns. The one we just got was 3, 2, 2, 1, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that's a bad one! That is pattern 14, and that's a bad one. Durana War, thank you for the super chat. Spent the last month during lunches watching the Hundo World Record and had a blast. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. With the amount of times that we have to explain that, we should just rename this category to Classic. The thing is, ultimately, that would be the best thing. It's just that, like, everyone knows what No Slots is. As far as in, like, who are already in the community, you know? Because then, if we renamed it Classic, people would be like, what's Classic? And we'd say, it's No Slots. And they'd be like, oh, okay. For like, most people. Oh, why is it bad? Good question. The reason this pattern is bad is I think I need to redo this part of my sheet because I decided that what we need to do is wait for 8 spins of the save crystal before leaving in order to get good RNG here. And it's very, so it takes a while. We have to wait like 10 seconds for good RNG here. Now, here's the reason, Cornfed, though. Here's the reason that I did opt for this for a lot of them, but I think I'm gonna undo it. I think I'm gonna redo it, and if I have the chance, I would like to redo this part. But the reason I made this decision originally is because the manip it gets in the elevator is 0600. But here's the thing, is I don't even necessarily think that that's all that good anymore. I don't think going for all zeros is even good anymore, but when I made this sheet, I thought that zeros were really good. It is good if you can hit all zeros. But it would be better. You know what is a better manip than 0600 is like 2333. Anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 3/4. All right, there we go. No. And no, I think playing with a D-pad is the way to go for this game, at least as far as I'm concerned. A tier list of songs? That's a good idea. Except for the fact that like 80% of them go in S tier, but you know, it'd still be funny. Analog is nice for stairs? Nah, I don't believe it. Okay, hang on a second. I gotta have good movement here. Uh-oh. Okay. My diagonal on that D-pad was a little bit late, but it looked like it was fine. Okay, so what's the deal with the waterfall pattern? So the deal is, the deal with how it works is the waterfall, it will do its it will call RNG to ask how many frames it should wait until the next time it glows, and then glows, right? And it just does that for as long as it's on screen. So when we say what pattern did we get, what we mean is it's just gonna sit there calling RNG every few frames and glowing for as long as it's on screen. And when you leave, that means that whatever position on the RNG table that you landed on, as you leave, that's where you are. And I guess that's what's important to know about how the waterfall works, is the way that the game's RNG generally works, which is that it is a list of every number from 0 to 255 is listed, scrambled into a pseudo-random order. And by pseudo-random, just what I mean is it's hard-coded into a certain order that is just non-sequential and scrambled. So every number from 0 to 255 is represented one time each on this 256 position long table. And your position on that table is bookmarked. And any time that the game wants a random number, that a field script wants a random number, it moves your bookmark on that table and then looks at what the number is that it landed on. So the waterfall just moves you to the next position each time it glows, which means once you leave, you are just on a certain spot of the RNG table that you landed on naturally, right? And so then what we do is, using OBS, you can very easily look at your last 10 seconds of gameplay. And so you can look at what the last 9 glow times were of the waterfall and determine where you are on the table. Have I ever missed that jump? Oh, yeah. I mean, not in a long time, but I have. So then, also, other things after the waterfall were calling RNG, which meant that all of my movement had to be perfect in those previous screens. And so now, if I did everything right, we should now be on position 117 of the RNG table. I'm gonna use Cloud's Braver here. So that's Braver number 2, I think. Alright, so what is all of this RNG talk for? It's in order to avoid battles in the elevator. So the first floor we get should either be 19, 15, or 17, depending on if I'm early or late on my first button press here. After that, we want to get specific floors. $19. That means I was 1 frame early, and so our manip is 11, which is kind of bad. 354. 11 354. Okay, so now it's all timing, visual cues, buffered inputs, the magic of all that. So here we go. To get to floor 29, we need 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I was 1 late, so the 11th already passed. And now that should be floor 29. All right, now we need 2 to get to floor 38. We need 2. First floor is always a fight. Yep, 2. Okay, I was 1 late, so we only have to do 1. All right, for floor 47 now, we need to do 4. 4 for floor 47. One, 2, 3 buffers because I was 1 late. And then for floor 59, we do 3. And there you have it. That's how it all pays off. Exactly, Chaff Grenade. That's elevator manip. Oh, so what's the difference between the patterns, you were asking? So we time the glows with the stopwatch at 25% speed. And so if there's about 1.4 seconds between glows, that's a 1. About 2.1 is a 2, and about 2.8 is a 3. If that answers the question. And how much stuff do you have to remember? So the only notes that I use anymore are elevator manip and world map manips. Everything else I just have memorized. However, 100% I follow notes the entire time. You've never gotten that good of an elevator before? Is that unlucky? No. Getting that good of an elevator is insanely lucky. That's why we manipulate it. Okay, I thought I might have gotten early there. Yo, Rodney. Can you manip how many enemies are in which battle? Sorry, the just like in general, the general random battles. The enemies that are in the battles is up to your formation ID, which is part of the step route. I'll show you what that means in a second. For now, the mayor password is dependent on your in-game time as you enter the room. 34 is best. Inconceivable, thank you for resubscribing. So, password is best, the top option. There you have it. Missing elevator manip impact step route? Nope, it won't. It won't impact it. You'll just get more elevator fights, which don't affect formations because they're scripted battles. You might run out of grenades, but the amount of grenades that we buy is actually like it accounts for an unmanipulated elevator. Like when we started doing elevator manip, we didn't start buying fewer grenades because there wasn't really anything else to spend the money on. So it's fine if you fail it, generally. I mean, it's slow if you fail it, so if you're going for like a PB attempt, it's a bummer because you did all the work trying to manipulate it, and then you screw it up, and now you have to do unmanipulated anyway. You know, it's a bummer, but it's not really a problem. Meaning it's very safe to try and erase. This fight is going to be 3 snakes. I meant to. That's what I meant when I was saying that. I'll show you what I mean with the number of enemies in fights. If you screw up the first floor, is that it, or is it fixable? It can be fixable. With the way that I do it, not really. Because I just go based off of like a WordPad document that has a bunch of numbers on it. That remind you how to do it, and if you screw up, you're shit out of luck. Some folks, when they do elevator manip, they use like a proper Excel sheet that does all this calculation and stuff. And if you do it that way, you actually can tell the spreadsheet, I screwed up, I got this floor, and the spreadsheet will figure it out and tell you how to get back on track. I don't like using a spreadsheet mid-run, though. I don't think that there's anything, like, morally wrong with it. I don't think it should be disallowed or anything like that. But I just personally don't like operating a spreadsheet that I have to wait for it to do calculations and stuff while I'm doing the manip. I'd rather just say, oh, my manip is 11-4-2-3, and if I screw it up, I screw it up. That's just my style. And yo, Alhatch. The time to flee from fights. Oh yeah, we were talking about how that works earlier. Fleeing from fights is RNG, but the biggest thing that prevents you from escaping is if you get stuck in ATB wait. So like that fight right there is a really good example, that triple data snake fight, because you noticed it kind of took a while to escape from that fight. And the thing was, we were getting stuck in ATB wait quite a bit, which meant during those frames, we weren't getting escape credit. So if we switched it to ATB active, we might have been able to, like, escape one enemy animation earlier. But the thing is, we want to be on wait for the next boss fight. And there's only one more fight before the boss anyway. So it's like the question is it worth doing 2 extra menus? One to turn it on ATB active, and one to turn it back on ATB wait, just for that one fight escape to go a little bit smoother? Probably not. Yeah, the other one had a good start, Raul. So yeah, I haven't really talked about steps all that much. For those of you who are new to the speedrun, you might be picking up on... You may or may not be picking up on us knowing where every battle is. The next battle is going to be just before the next screen. It's going to be a single moth slasher right now. And we would like for it to hit Cloud, but we're not going to wait around. Hey, thank you, buddy. Because I'm trying to build up Cloud's limit bar. Running to the top of Red Dude's elevator at the cost of 2 step IDs and it's slightly faster. You could probably do it, yeah. I mean, I think you could pretty easily make Genova doing it that way. Is it faster, though? What's faster about it? Oh, it's the fact that you don't... The fact that you don't have to run around the guys. Yeah. How much faster is it though? Okay, and you're probably talking about going right and around, like go over the top of the thing. Because if you just run straight at them, then you have to watch them run at you anyway. So yeah, you're probably talking about the other way. What up, Lanye? All right. Grab the poison materia. Yo. Maria. Is it Maria? Oh yeah, we're doing well so far. Oh, by the way, elevator split was at exactly 1 hour. 1 hour is that's my threshold of whether or not this is a good run. So our timing at the elevator split was exactly on the threshold of if it was faster, I'd say it was good, and if it wasn't faster, I'd say it's not good. We're just right there. Am I a Resident Evil fan? Mariano, gotcha. From Argentina, I almost went to Argentina in like 2018 for my work, but the project ended up getting delayed, and then my contract with the company ended before it happened. I'll save the grenade. And yeah, I love classic Resident Evil. I haven't played like the later ones, but 1 through 4, Code Veronica. Hit Cloud. Please. He's doing shitty breath again. I would enjoy it if you guys attacked Cloud. Thank you! Alright, very nice. Okay, you can stop doing anything now. Nice! Okay, so now Cloud has his limit bar for the Rufus fight, which is really nice. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Resident Evil 1 through 4 plus Code Veronica. And then the last one that I played was 5. At the time that I played 5, I thought it was bad and stupid, and then I never played the rest of the games after that. But like in hindsight, when I think back to 5, it's like I had a good time, right? It was a fun game that I had a good time playing. So I kind of look back on it a little bit more favorably now. Outbreak 1 and 2? Yeah, I never played Outbreak. Was that the online one? Or like it... Yeah, like there's like a classic Resident Evil that has online multiplayer, doesn't it? Inyo, Masha Warma. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Outbreak. They seem cool. Gaiden, that was the unreleased Game Boy Color one, right? But yeah, in general, I feel like Resident Evil is a series where I started to lose interest in it when, like, generally when, like, it became about, like, guys uppercutting boulders and, like, doing backflips and kicking things, and Wesker just literally being from the Matrix, and, you know, which a big part of that was, like, the movies. Like, dude, the movies are, like, they're so fucking stupid, but in, like, a hilarious way, you know? Like, I think that the movies are funny bad, right? But that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm not as interested in funny bad Resident Evil as I am in, like, just how it was kind of classic. Even I say that, but it's like RE1 was funny bad in some ways. It had, like, the voice acting, right? Like the super campy voice acting and stuff. And that's true. Like Code Veronica, I say I love Code Veronica. That one is like the camp factor is like 11 in Code Veronica with like the out of this world characters and stuff. So, you know, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about. There's just something about, like, I guess it's that I want campy, but I guess I don't want, like, Metal Gear Solid the Twin Snakes kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean by that? Does that make sense? What is it? It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things. But what about you? I have this. Thanks. I'll take this then. It was good stuff, man. Whoop. Needs to have like a B-movie aesthetic. Yeah, I think that kind of explains it pretty well. Because like the Matrixy stuff is like, now it's like high budget and stupid. Instead of feeling low budget and stupid. All right. We are almost out of Midgar, folks. Oh, baby. But yeah, I am interested in the later Resident Evils, though. Particularly 9. I think 9 seems really good. But I haven't played 6, 7, or 8 yet. And people say to skip 6, but here's what you gotta understand, is I live the way, my life, I live it a quarter mile at a time, alright? I live the way of the hipster contrarian douchebag. So when I play Resident Evil 6, I'm gonna make every effort to make it be my favorite one. I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna force myself to love 6. And it's gonna be my favorite one. Have I played the remakes? Yeah, the 1 remake is really good. That's like, whenever there's remake discourse and people talk about, do I like remakes, do I not like remakes, someone's always got to bring up RE1 remake because it's the best remake of all time. And then RE2 remake I thought was good for a while, but I didn't end up finishing it because I don't know. I really didn't like it when Mr. X showed up. I thought that kind of ruined the game a little bit. But then I got past that part, and then Ada showed up. Hang on a second. We have to go R-A-B. Right? We want to go R-A-B. So we're gonna just flip these two. Why are there Dementors? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and then I didn't play the other remakes. There's like a 3 remake, a 4 remake. I haven't played those. I have the 4 remake because it was on like mega sale on Steam recently, but I haven't played it. I've heard that the 3 remake was pretty poorly received, yeah. Alright, alright. So far in this fight, everything is going pretty well. Alright, Red getting put to sleep isn't ideal, but I don't think it actually slows us down. Oh, it does slow us down. He's gonna get an extra turn because of it. Unless he hits Red here. Okay, yeah. So that was his last turn. So he got the same number of turns. It's just that that attack, I think, has a longer animation than if he had already been spinning. Go, Rain. 3 remake was clearly rushed and cuts a lot of stuff. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so the best opener we can get here is for Rufus to do shotgun right away. Because then we can then we can braver the dog before it gets a turn. Nice. Because the thing is, the dog's turn was surely already queued up, but limit breaks get prioritized in the turn queue. So by getting that braver queued up before the shotgun animation is over, oh, that's not good. By getting that queued up before his turn was over, that prioritized it in the turn queue and killed the dog before his turn. Alright, alright. And yo, Rock Crawl Jeep, I am very sorry to hear that. Very, very. Woo, there we go. All right, so we're actually on really good pace here. Trying to keep a level 8 Cloud. So how do you keep level 8 Cloud? What do you mean, like just out of Midgar, or how would you keep up the level 8 after Midgar if you hadn't killed the dog? Oh, keep him dead in every fight. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Bum, bum, bum. So I'm curious, when you do a low-level run like that, how much consideration do you put into what stats he got on his level-ups? Because at level 8, that means he leveled up in-game twice and got random stat rolls on those 2 level-ups. And yo, Mario falling sound. So here, only 3 bikes can be spawned at once, and red bikes will never try to get past you if you're attacking. So you just only kill orange bikes until all 3 slots are filled with red bikes, and then you don't have to do anything. Yeah, I got you, Mooncake. But I'm asking about when you're talking about like soloing low level later. I'm saying at that point you've got a level 8 Cloud that's had 2 random stat ups. So I just wonder how much consideration you're putting into, like, as you're doing Midgar, are you doing like resets until he gets like certain stat ups that are going to be needed for the bosses? Dun, dun, dun. So I'm holding the button. On the PC version, you have to mash it, but on PlayStation, you can hold it. Is Cloud going to need a heal? Everybody gets healed before this fight. Well, everybody gets healed for this mini-game, and then this mini-game decides how much health people have for the motorball fight, which, as you can see, is going to be basically full. Cloud is missing a little bit of HP. Can you die here? Yeah. If you royally screw up. In fact, Rufus can just RNG kill the run if he decides to get 3 critical hits on Cloud. All right, just the single arm attack. You love to see it. 224 is over the threshold, but only just barely. $143 is also over the threshold, so we are over damaging right now. So here's bolt number 2. That's quite a bit under damaged. Bolt number 3. Okay, it looks like we're actually fine. Bolt number 4. And bolt number 5. Nice miss, idiot. So right here, he used his turn standing up. If we had over-damaged him, which is why I was counting damage, he would instead counter by standing up. And then he would use his turn kicking the shit out of everybody. All right. 53 plus 36 is 89. So 130, 29. We can go at 34. Yeah, by not over-damaging him, Chris, we avoided a long attack animation, and then finished him off right after. Okay, 34. One, 2, 3, 4. What's the plan if you over-damage? You just have to finish him off real quick. But, like, it just takes forever. Like, you just lose time. And it can kill you also. In which case, use your high potion. Like, if things are looking really bad, Cloud has Restore equipped, and you have a high potion. That would be, like, worst case scenario to get back on your feet. Wait. I don't know if you do have a high potion at this point. But I can't think about it. 77? So 132, 17? There is a 132, 16. 16 or 19. $16 or $19. Adam, thank you for the super chat. Boom, 132.16. Menu after a single spin. Well, we don't have Cure on all. Like, I don't have the all materia equipped on it. But yeah, Adam, thank you. Thank you for the kind words, too. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, you know. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, we'll be safety saving for calm skip, of course, because but we're gonna do it after the setup, so it doesn't mess up our formations. Okay, so we force this encounter in this specific spot. We do a few things to make sure we don't run out of MP at the times where it's necessary. Alright, here's our first safety save. I actually forgot to safety save on the run that we're going up against. Okay, so here's what's happening here. Basically, the way that this game loads its world map and unloads it, there's a certain thing that doesn't get updated in memory when you're on a chocobo. So if we get on a chocobo and then load and unload chunks of the world map in a certain order, now it kind of corrupts a triangle that's in this area that lets us stand in the air. So we can come over here and bump into this world map chunk, get back on the chocobo, do more movement that further corrupts the world map, because this gives us a corrupted triangle now on the neighboring chunk to the left. So now we have a triangle that floats us in this chunk and the one to the left of us, which allows us to run straight through the mountain. And then, boop, cloud popped back down. That was us leaving that chunk, and now we're free. And by doing that, we can get to Junon without doing the calm flashback.
Yes.
We had to safety save, though. You for sure won't get an encounter in the mountain? No, that's why we safety saved. Because it's random if you get an encounter in the mountain and we can't manipulate it because of the Midgard's basically. So yeah, the safety save is because you soft lock if you get a fight in the mountain. Wow, that was a really good calm skip. The reason that you soft lock is because when you load back in, the glitch state is gone, but Cloud is out of bounds. And so when you try to move, the game does the hit detection check to all the spots around Cloud, and it sees that nowhere is a spot where he's allowed to go, and so he can't move. So you're just stuck in place. Zolom moves the RNG index. So, like, theoretically, the only way to manipulate that part would be to do all of your movement frame perfect, and the frame perfection of your movement would be different for every different IGT. So it's just not feasible. A task can do it, of course. Nice! We love to see that. Nice crit, asshole. Okay. Please don't bubble Cloud. Okay. Acceptable. Normally, Bubbling Cloud is good because he is the slowest grenade thrower. And so you just save time to grenade throw animations if he's the one in the bubble. But his health was too low. We don't want it. Oh, nice miss anyway, idiot. All right. And how are skips like that found? Okay, so to tell briefly the story of how Column Skip was found, the thing is, here's how these kinds of things very often get figured out, and it's exactly how Column Skip played out. It has been known for a long time in this game that sometimes when you get off of a chocobo, Cloud weirdly floats in the air. And that was it. That was all that was known, is there was just some glitch out there that was sort of known about, that sometimes, for some reason, and no one can replicate it, when Cloud gets off of a chocobo, he just weirdly floats in the air sometimes. So that was what was known. So then you've got Kuma, who is a FF7 glitch hunter, right? Like, he looks for skips specifically. He wants to find skips specifically. So, knowing that there's this weird thing out there somewhere that, like, sometimes Cloud floats in the air weirdly, he started just doing brute force research, right? Just running around on chocobos, getting on chocobos, getting off chocobos, bumping on things, bumping on different parts of the world map, just trying all kinds of different things until he figured out, like, a small set of rules that will get Cloud to float. Because specifically what he knew what his end goal was right away, which was that if you go southwest from Midgar, there's only a little river before Junon. There's only a little river between you and Junon, and so he thought if we could use that Cloud float to go across the river, well, then we could skip Calm. And so that's what he was doing, is he was specifically getting off the chocobo next to that river over and over, until one time he got Cloud to float at that spot, and he got across the river, and he had video of it, right? So that's how it worked initially, was taking this, like, vague idea of a glitch in the game and, like, brute forcing it until you use it to do a skip, and then posting that video on Discord, right? So then, at that point, everybody's like, holy shit, how do we do this consistently? Because he still couldn't do it every time, you know? So then it was a big race to figure out what are the rules of this thing. Is your chocobo allowed to bump on things? What path do you have to run on the chocobo? Where do you dismount the chocobo and remount it and that kind of stuff? Like, all of these rules needed to get, for reasons we didn't understand at the time, all of these things affected the consistency of it, you know? Until eventually, we were able to figure out, like, all right, if you do exactly this, if you do exactly this set of things, it will work every time. So then, the folks who are better at, like, looking at the code to find stuff, when you have a very specific set of instructions that causes a reproducible glitch, then they can look into the code and be like, okay, why is this happening? And that's when they figured out the thing about the triangle storage and how it doesn't update when you're on a chocobo. And so then when you run around, it loads and reloads chunks, and then they get into a different order, and then that's what causes the glitch. Okay. So now the programming geniuses have told us why the glitch happens, so then Kuma, the original finder of the glitch, can take the information on how it works in order to now optimize it and then figure out how to do it more efficiently. And then that's how we have the form of column skip that we have today, which is like the team effort behind the person who found it, the people who can explain it better, and then use that explanation to refine it. And that makes sense, right? That even though people can look at like decompilations and stuff of how the world map code works, you can't just be like, find me a glitch, right? They'll be like, I don't know. But if you tell them, if I get on a chocobo and move like this and then get off of it, this happens. Well, that gives them something to actually look for, you know? Do 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 do. A lot of running around. Yeah, it was a very exciting time. Like, dude, I remember when we were trying to figure out how it works, or like how to get it consistent. And it was like, dude, new skip, column skip is found. And then, yeah, it was like, oh, this person just got it. Now this person just got it. It, like, with a couple people streaming, you know, other people talking about it in Discord. And then I remember at, like, 2 a.m., RJ goes live, because all of a sudden in the chat of, like, Discord and stuff, RJ has it consistently. And then RJ goes live at 2 a.m., and he's just hardly even talking. He's just laughing, doing it over and over again, like loading his save state, doing it, laughing, loading his save state. But he didn't actually have it consistent. He just got it like a couple times in a row. Oh man, it was funny. Like working with IT, when someone says my computer doesn't work, is a lot more helpful than my computer doesn't work when I... Exactly, Lanye. Like when I get a ticket that just says like internet doesn't work, it's like, alright. But if someone tells me like they get error connection resets when they go to this website, then it's like, oh, got it. Four 8 Productions? Oh, I think that guy's great. Yeah, specifically I do network engineering, Nano. Comedic glitches? Yeah. I'd have to think about it, but I know that there are some for sure. You can craft anything if you cancel out of an achievement notification while in the crafting tutorial menu. And just like a random person found that. Oh, crazy. The Chris Pratt joke. Oh! Yeah. When they Google when they Google their symptoms, it says you have connection issues. That's funny. That's a good joke. Oh, yeah, good question, Sergeant Squirrel. So that looked like ass, but I got a really good score. The reason is you don't need to be in the gap. You just need to be lined up with the back row. And as long as you're lined up with the back row, the trick to what you do is you close the text boxes that start coming up with good timing, and every one of those is it gives you some points. For a video about the joke teller in Rocket Town? No, that one I haven't seen. I watched a bunch of his enemy trivia, though, and that was really interesting. Like, what a great series of streams. Him just, like, going through every single enemy in the game and, like, talking about, like, the oddities of its AI scripts and stuff. He's also really good at the snowboarding minigame. He's got the record on, like, every category for it. And it's funny, because if you watch his record videos for each of the snowboardings, his pop-off is exactly the same on every one of them. I know, because I verified, like, all of them. Every single one of them, the pop-off is just, yes! NPC that has a certain interaction at a single game moment. Huh. I did watch the video that was about the Cosmo Canyon guy. Where it's like, you have to, like, have the buggy breakdown and talk to the guy. And then you have to talk to him again after the quest and stuff. Is mastering needed in 100%? No, it isn't. A, because it would just be boring and stupid, and B, because it doesn't get you anything that we don't already have. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Move Free. But yeah, that guy's great. Wow, we got the 90. That's one of the best send-off games you can get. It's randomized Salamandra, and yeah, what we just got. Well, I don't know actually if it was one of the best. It had a lot of left and right turns in it. It's very rare that you Oh, and I missed one at the start. Okay, it was a good one, but it wasn't maybe as good as I was leading it to be at first. Any elements I missed because they're not part of the speed run? I think the 100% run kind of covers the stuff that I miss, you know? Like slash all materia. I love slash all materia, but in 100% you get to put it to good use. And in 100%, you get to use Yuffie and Vincent. Remake, yeah, I played the remake. It's not for me, you know. I thought remake was okay, and then Rebirth I kind of hated, and didn't finish it. Just not my kind of game. You know what is my kind of game, though? Blueprints. Oh, man, I can't quit playing. Dude, I have been dreaming about Blueprints every night. For the last, 4 nights. I've been having dreams that I'm finding new clues in that game. Yo, Scorf. Last time I used Knights of the Round, last 100% run I did. How long is Knights of the Round? It's like 80 or 90 seconds, right? What E-kit is that? It is a Roland TD30. But it also has a it also has a TD4 attached to it, kind of. Because, you know, it's got spots for extra inputs, and I used to have a TD4, so I took those... I took, like, the triggers from my TD4 and put them on that one for, like, a second ride bell and a splash and a china and a tambourine. Yeah, Roland's electric kits are great. Like, people ask sometimes about, like, a recommendation of electric kits, and it's hard not to just say, like, buy once, cry once, just get the Roland. Ever have extremely bad luck getting all the Chocobo race items? Back before we manipulated the RNG there, yes. But nowadays, there's a manip for it. This should be Braver number 5? Boom! Yeah, too light. The thing is, like, I've spent a lot of hours in the game now, and progress is really slowing down. So depending on... Oh, that's not good. Now Cloud is last in the turn order. So if she double tail lasers here, we'll have missed a Braver. But if she doesn't, then we're fine. Ah, we missed a Braver. Because my turn order got screwed up by the stop. I think Red's dexterity can make that happen, but I'm not positive. I'd have to look at it again. All right, Braver number 6. She doing the one for all? Looks like it. Okay, please skip gas, because I don't want her to gas Cloud and kill him. Braver number 7. Nice, she skipped gas. Yep, so she should be dead now. Yeah. Man, this is a really good run. Even with that safety save. So, like, if we didn't do the safety save, we would have had a sub 159 Genova there, which is, like, super good. So, yeah, this run's been going great. All right. But yeah, I really enjoyed streaming Blueprints, and I think if I had streamed the next couple days of it, it would have been really exciting, because when I went back to the game, it was just like boom, 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 finding, super fast-paced, finding stuff, solving puzzles. But now I'm at the point where, like, I haven't made progress in like 3 days. I just cannot find the next thing. Like, I feel like I know what I'm supposed to do, but it's just not there. But for those of you who know what I'm talking about when I say these things for Blueprints, what I'll tell you is I have 7 red letters, and I have solved, and I have 3 Sanctum keys. So for those of you who know the significance of that, just to satisfy your curiosity, that's where I'm at right now. And specifically, the thing that I'm really struggling with is finding a 4th Sanctum key. Yo, Takachino. Thank you for the good luck. And Sick Nix! Sick Nix! Thank you for the 43 months. 202.20 just about. We're in like this range. Okay. 19 is a hold in 2, 18 is a hold, no, 20. 19 is a hold in 2, 20 is a hold in 1. Oh, we're way earlier than that. I can go at 16 actually, which is a hold in 0. So that means I need to menu on the bridge and cure the party now. All right. Yo, Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones! That was a thing in that game, right? Like a voice line that sounds like that? Give me 2.5 steps here. 1, 2.5. Favorite funny thing? My favorite thing is when they tell Sid, is when they all decide that Sid's gonna be the new leader, but he's sleeping. So they wake him up and he's like, what's going on? And they say, we've decided you're gonna be our new leader. And he says, pain in the ass, forget it. And see you later, Jolly Rogers. All right, next fight is going to be just before the jump here. Sit your ass down and drink your goddamn tea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.5. And now remember, for race safety, we force the right arm steal. Yo, Glitterhoof. Oh yeah, I was talking about doing a follow-up run yesterday, but yesterday we had a family thing. So it's today instead. And yo, David Gardo. This is very good so far. Like, if this was the race right now, I'd be sitting pretty. I'd be very proud of myself so far. And very confident in my performance. But we'll see how it keeps going. You know, early game is definitely easier than late game. Partly just because we've done it so many more times, you know? 11 steps after this. Blind speedrun attempts. I am a big enjoyer of first playthroughs and games kind of being like art. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, you know, blind speedrun attempts, I mean, I don't know. I get it, though. I'm just saying, not exactly for me. But yeah, the idea of trying to beat a game as fast as possible that you don't know anything about is kind of interesting and funny. The race thing will be on the 21st. And actually, I have done blind races, or blind speedruns. They were specifically races. I had an old Twitch buddy who would put together, like, everybody is going to play this game starting this day, and we're going to race who can beat it the fastest. And it would be a weird game that nobody's ever played before, you know? Like, I can't even remember the name of the one. The 3D Realms game from before Duke Nukem. Biomenace. Like Biomenace. Stuff like that. Or, Strawberry Shortcake, the Sweet Dreams game. Or Astyanax for NES. There it is. But yeah, so the relay starts on August 21st. FF7 is scheduled for August 22nd because it's a long relay, you know? So go to ffrelay.com if you want to see like the full schedule. Oh yeah, when you said blind speedrun, I assumed that you meant speedrun of a game that you have never played before and don't know anything about. But if you mean blindfolded, those are awesome. Jade Cocoon? I've played Jade Cocoon. Jade Cocoon was a big one for me when growing up. Because it was like, I was pretty into Pokemon as a kid, but I really liked things that were like Pokemon, but cooler, you know? Which, like, as a kid, the thoughts of that was stuff like Jade Cocoon and Yu-Gi-Oh! But I have since found out, you know, I've since come to the realization that Pokemon is much cooler than Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, Jade Cocoon has a randomizer? Interesting. After how many right arm attempts are you losing time? That's a good question. I've never timed it, but I would expect it to be like 5. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's more than that. It's probably more like 10. Yo, Lawson, thank you for subscribing. The controls are fucked? Do you just mean the tank controls? I like tank controls in general. I tell you though, I had a big burger last night, and now this coffee always kind of gets my my system moving. I'm looking forward to that Genova Death poop break, I'll tell you that. Pokemon Red Blue for Game Boy. I think that for the time, Pokemon Red and Blue are awesome, revolutionary, super cool games. However, I've never really finished a Pokemon game because I think that they are boring. Mostly, I think the fact that I think my biggest problem with it is the one-on-one battle system. The fact that it's just one Pokemon versus one Pokemon always, and like that's made worse by the fact that there is such a huge advantage. Like type matchup and stab gives such a massive advantage that you know, whenever I played Pokemon, and look, I played casually, right? I'm not like a expert, but it kind of felt like it was just about like one-shotting everything, you know? Just like one-on-one, one guy one-shots the other guy, and then the other guy one-shots the other guy, you know? So yeah. Similar to Dragon Quest 1, but I think Dragon Quest 1 had way more fun combat because Dragon Quest 1 was sort of all about status ailments, you know? like, oh, this enemy is better if I stop them. This enemy I should silence, right? And that kind of thing. So I liked that. Yo, Jared, it is only Kate Sith and not Tifa. Like, when we say no slots, it specifically refers to Kate Sith's level 2 limit break, which is called slots. Favorite Digimon? I didn't really watch enough Digimon to have a favorite, except I did like that one that was like a cactus with like a flower on its head. I thought that one was pretty cute. But I didn't really watch very much of it. And I've never played a Digimon game. But yeah, so what I'm saying is I've never really finished a Pokemon game because I just get bored of them. And then the thing is, like, also, I was only into Pokemon when I was like a kid, and so I only care about the first 151 Pokemon. Not even second generation. No other Pokemon outside of literally first generation even exists to me, you know? So, like, really my choices are Red, Blue, Fire Red, Leaf Green, and then Let's Go. Okay, here's the thing. I did get Let's Go Pikachu, and I did beat that one. And I think the reason being that, like, the battles are so streamlined in that one as just like the Pokemon Go catch that it became, it was like a fast enough playthrough where I did get through the whole thing. You know? When's the race? The relay starts on August 21st. FF7 is going to be the 22nd. ffrelay.com. You can see the schedule. Did I catch them all? Oh, no. Oh, no. But I do remember as a kid doing the trick all the time where you would trade Pokemon, but the copy that was sending, you would turn it off at the right time so it wouldn't lose its Pokemon. Oh, we did that all the time. There was one kid in our neighborhood that got Mew. And I don't know if he got Mew from an event or if he got it from, like, a Game Shark type thing. Because, let's get real, we didn't know... I don't know if it had even been discovered at that point, the way that you can catch Mew, like, with an exploit in the game. We didn't know about that, right? All I'm saying is, that kid was the most popular kid in school for 2 days, while he duped that Mew to everybody, and then that was it. Yeah, Smoking Snake. You're talking about the thing where, like, the Slow Bros special stat or something, like, gets used in RAM to give you a glitch fight that's a Mew and stuff. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We definitely didn't know how to do that back then. Like, people are saying easily obtained by exploit. Brother, we were 7 years old. Back then, it was a big deal that someone had Mew. And no internet to look it up back then? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we had internet at that point, because we did have internet, you know, not too late, but we had dial-up, and it was kid-safe dial-up. And I think our phone line was dirty because it was way slower than everybody else's dial-up. Like, I would go over to my friend's house, or to my neighbor's house, I mean. I would go to my neighbor's house, and they could download a song in like 10 minutes, right? It took us overnight to download a song, if it even stayed connected, which it never did. So like, man, ours was like hardly usable, but hey, it was the best we had, you know? And it was the big thing is that it was kid-safe internet, so like a bunch of sites were blocked, but they didn't know about Newgrounds. So you could, you know, you could get whatever you wanted on Newgrounds. Now, it sure did take a long time to load those Flash games, but, you know, it was worth it. And then we did get off the kid safe and we got onto Net Zero for a while. Remember Net Zero? But that wasn't really any faster, even though we were paying extra for the for like the speed boost. So it wasn't until I was a teenager that we got cable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, I think my parents didn't want to get cable for a while because they didn't want to have cable TV. I think they were worried about the content of cable TV, so we didn't get cable internet, right, until I was, like, a teenager. I distinctly remember my mom having a conversation with my dad one time where she was saying, like, to my dad, you think that, cable TV is bad, but really, it's broadcast TV that's getting so bad. And I remember hearing her say that and being like, yes, yes. I don't know if I even agree. I don't know if I even agree, but yes. This is... Uh-oh. Do I have 6 Bravers or 7? I think I had 7, and so this should learn Cross-Slash if I didn't screw up. Yeah, okay, that got Cross-Slash. Very nice. We learned Laser, we got Cross-Slash. Net Zero had built-in ads. Oh yeah, it was like the thing that you had to have up. That had you connected, had like an advertisement on it. I forgot about that. Is that how they had it so cheap? Because yeah, back then I just didn't have a sense for that kind of thing. And yes, dice. Kate Sith's dice limit break is allowed. Yo, Bobby Fatgun, how's it going, buddy? All right. So we forced the right arm steal here, so this fight has no risk. There's no risk in this fight. Got first turn as well. Nice. Ooh, but we got the counter. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Oh, okay, okay. Two, three, four. Oh no, that was just a pee. So it was a careful pee, that means, though, because we've definitely got some poop in the hopper, you know? So, like, when I pee, I have to, like, be careful to not relax my sphincter too much while I relax my groin, because otherwise I will poop my pants while I'm peeing, and I don't want to do that. Okay, here we practice our single frame inputs a little bit, because we're going to need to do those. There's a lot that goes into running, exactly. You gotta sometimes if your poop RNG isn't good enough, then you have to do piss manip. 2, 3, 4. Did the last one die? No, it was just absolute garbage. And so I'm like, boy, I think I need to practice more. Vanishing Earth, that's right. It's my buddy's solo project. He's got an EP out. It's on Spotify. The EP is called... What is the EP called? I know what the songs are called. Oh, The Boundless. Yeah. Dude, so check out the song Redbirds. Very good, very good. Yahoo! I didn't cover piss manip in the guides. I think I did at least mention bathroom breaks, though, right? I'm sure I did. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Alright. Time to look at beach plugs manip. So this is where we use that estimated IGT that's on the bottom of the splits. Ooh, we've got a big bunch of side attacks coming up. 13, 19, so 19, 25. 19 or 25. Boom, 19. Oh, he's old school. He's not using AI for it. I mean, it's like atmospheric, folky black metal. It's not the kind of stuff that, it's not the kind of stuff that a person who likes AI would make. Nice, he attacked Kate Sith. Come on. There we go. Him attacking Kate Sith meant that he was to Cloud's back. He had his back to Cloud, so Cloud can do a regular attack, which is very good. What up, Popo? Ooh, that was like just the right spot to get all the way through there. Okay, here's where we're gonna safety save, since this is a practice run. Yeah, the mustache is getting a little out of control. I gotta trim it. There we go. Yeah, this one's going very well so far. Yo, Turtle, thank you for the good luck. Ba-da-da-dee-da-doo-da-dee-doo-doo. On the world map, yes, the different ground types, like grass and beach, they increment your danger different amounts. Yikes! One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No slots means we are not allowed to use Kate Sith's level 2 limit break, which is called slots. 2 on Tifa. All right, here we go. I screwed this up. I screwed this up really bad last time. Nice crit. We want to see 24. 25? Uh-oh. We want to see 28. 24. Now we gotta hit him 4 times. That's 1 tick. One hit, 1 tick. Two hits. 3 hits. 2 ticks. Nice. Why double C? Accident. 34.49 is a hold and 0. Woo, yo, Bob. About danger values, didn't Hillside have its own? Why would that be if encounters are supposedly the same as grass? Oh, you mean like the bottom of the like the mountain edge? I think the reason that the mountain edge is a distinct ground type from grass, even though it produces the same exact encounters, is because you can't land on it with the high wind. So like when the high wind checks if you should land. That's just my guess as to why it's distinct. Oops. Do. 38. We can buy 2 Molotovs, no safety. That's fine. Yeah, we won't make the same mistake on Schizo this time, because even if we make the same mistake, I'll have this, the safety save is the mistake we won't make, I mean. Yeah, Materia Keeper is the only fight where it's fast to do the quad 7s. Demon's Gate, you can't because he is immune to poison. And Palmer... Does Palmer have less than quad 7's HP? Or maybe it's just hard to set the strat up. Or he has too... I don't know. Palmer just doesn't have the right amount. The thing is, Materia Keeper not only... Materia Keeper has 8,400 HP, which is very close. You know, you only have to do 99 damage plus 2 ticks of poison to get it into quad 7s. Yeah, Sid could also be named C. I prefer to keep Kate and Sid with like 1 extra letter on their name so that they're differentiated better, but yeah, you can... If you take the I off of Sid, it saves another second. But only a second. Palmer has 6,000 HP, there you go. So you can't do Palmer either because he just doesn't have enough HP. And then... I think just everything after that... is probably not worth it. Red Dragon might have not enough also. Yeah, so that's the thing. Demon's Gate can get put into quad 7s accidentally, and then he can wipe your party. But he is immune to poison, so you can't use it against him. Yo, Javasaurus. Ba-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum. Little one is doing great. Family is doing very well. You know, she's as cute as ever. And she's getting just a little bit smarter every day, you know? Just a little bit. Yesterday we had some great one-on-one time. Like, eye contact, holding hands, and, you know, I say something to her, and she makes noise at me back, and then I say something, and then she makes noise, you know. Getting that voice figured out. All right, Palmer time coming up here. Oh yeah, and big spill. I was gonna say, so to fully answer your question that was on Discord about like how much of menuing is memorizing inputs and how much of it is seeking things, I agree. I just wanted to say I agree 100% with what Feck said, which is that ultimately one of like the major things that will improve your speed at the game, once you get like really, or once you're really comfortable with runs and stuff, and like you're getting through without game overs and that kind of thing, or even before that, one of the biggest things that's going to help is to detach from the menuing that you learned, like from me, and start from zero and like go do like a playthrough on emulator where you go through each menu and you decide how you're gonna do it, you know? Nice! Ooh, that's good! All right, Cloud's got his cross slash ready for Red Dragon now. Bum 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 bum. Nice. Oh yeah, and unequipping differently is a big part of it too, for sure. And like what order you do the equipments in is really important. Like I try for equipment, I try to prioritize being able to just double tap circle as often as possible for changing equipment. And what I memorize beyond that is like, you know, how many down inputs or that kind of thing. Like I can tell you right now, after Demon's Gate, Cloud's equipment armor changes from a down. You do a down one on his armor, and then you do a double tap on his accessory, and then you go to Kate, you do a double tap on his armor, and then you unequip his accessory, right? Like, I do remember it like that. Or like Yoshiyuki is going to be a double tap. So yeah, when you specifically practice your menus on emulator, you will get it to where like you always do it in the same order. By the way, did you guys know you can move here? Is there a max bio attempt on Palmer? No, just keep... Oh, I forgot to check this. 603. Okay, I have not gotten this manip to work yet in practice. I've gotten it, like, in runs in the past, but it's very tough. Okay, if we can do 33, that would be good, but we can't. So this is going to be a 46. Okay, 46, 1, 22, 35 and a half. Ooh, this is really hard. 1, 22, 35 and a half. This is going to be like impossible. So, 1, 22, 35 and a half. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, how did I not get that? I was at 246, 46. I went to line 1. I got to the... I think I got to the right spot. Huh. I'm not sure what I did wrong on that one. Well, anyway, another run, another failed manip at this part. The Daddario AI controversy, I did hear about that. I saw a couple Danny Sapko videos about it. just it's one of the many examples of like they did like a little bit of a fuck up, and then but then what was much worse was them like lying about it. Two, three, four. Sometimes, you know, yeah, I mean, that's what they say, right? All PR is good PR or whatever. But, yeah. Yeah, the Fender thing was pretty interesting as well. If you guys didn't hear, the Fender drama was that, after what? After the Fender Stratocaster was designed like 70 years ago or something, now Fender was trying to, like, copyright claim other vendors that are making guitars in that shape. After, I think several years ago, they tried to get it trademarked. They, like, tried to get the shape trademarked, and they were declined because it's like, bro, it's been 60 years, and this guitar is just, like, the ubiquitous, this is the shape of a guitar shape. And so they were declined trademark. But now they're trying to take a copyright angle with it instead. And I don't know how that ended up, though. I only heard that they were trying. I didn't hear how it ended up. Stop selling and destroy existing stock. Yeah, yeah. Getting the Joker an instant kill? It was bad RNG because the animation was so long. If I had not gotten the Joker fight, then we would have escaped much faster than that animation took. And if it hadn't killed me, then we would have just escaped. Probably. They've C&D'd Yamaha now? Oh, man. Good thing I like Explorers. It is, you know, it is an interesting topic in guitars in general, though, that just everybody rips everyone else off as far as guitar designs goes, you know? Like, if you want the Strat shape, you can get that from any manufacturer. Oh, Gibson invented the Explorer, and it's the coolest body shape ever? Well, guess what? Every guitar manufacturer has their version of the Explorer that's, like, basically exactly the same, you know? And that is interesting, that's just how it is, but I think that that's totally fine, you know? I don't know. And yeah, the Les Paul shape as well, right. You can get it from anyone. Like, I've got my Explorer is an Epiphone, and my Les Paul is a Harley Benton. It's funny, Harley Benton has, like, Music Man JP, like, type guitars, and the body shape is called Prague. When you look through their things. I was just looking at them the other day because I do like the JP style guitars a bit. I particularly like the headstocks, though. The way that, like, on the 7 string, the headstock has 5 pegs on one side and only 2 on the other. I think that looks really good. But they didn't... The Harley Benton's don't have that. You can't make your toms the same shape as ours. Oh, yeah, everyone else has to have those, fuck-ass octagon shapes. Your favorite's still the V? I think some people look really good with a V. Dave Mustaine, for example. You know, it's hard to imagine Dave Mustaine playing anything that's not a V. I don't think they're for me, though. Love the look of the SG, but you can't stand the tone that comes out of the pickups. Yeah, you know, the thing about, and now correct me if I'm wrong here, or if anybody else has any input on this, but have you seen the video where the guy makes a guitar that's just strings stretched across 2 tables with the pickup under it? And like, it sounds exactly the same as a guitar with a body, and like changing the neck wood, changing the body shape, all of these things like didn't do anything to the sound, but changing the pickups and like the distance of the pickup to the strings is what changed the sound. Leo F made Fender and then sold it to make Music Man. Yeah. Oh yeah, old Glenn from Spectre Sound. I watched some of his videos for a while. Ooh, best song in the game. Oh, you only get a moment of it this time, though. Guy did basically the same thing for microphones and audio interfaces. I'd have to check that out also, yeah. Yo, Barros. Oh, it's going pretty well. Pretty good. You know what? I think it would actually be prudent to save before the forest, so that just in case of a berserker pincer. How can you stream the whole game with sound and don't get a copyright strike? Well, I don't get a copyright strike, but I do get claimed, so I can't monetize these speedruns because the soundtrack gets content claimed, and then Square Enix just takes the or not even Square Enix, I don't think. It's whoever like owns the fucking soundtrack gets all the ad revenue. 59:18. Okay, we can at least do a pretty easy manip from 20. From 18 or 20. Two at 27. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we do 2. Nice, got it. Ooh. I don't think you get revenue from premium views. Or well, because premium view revenue, I think, is just ad revenue. But since you don't see the ads, instead, like, they're getting a cut of your premium money or something. Okay, that's fine. Spiderweb me? Nice! The manipulate gives us just free spiderweb steal attempts now. Oops! Does the timer count menu times? Yeah. Like the amount of time that we spend in menus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. Yeah. So how fast you're able to menu is a huge part of being fast at this game. I think I might have split at the wrong time here on the previous practice run, but we'll find out. We'll find out after Red Dragon. Okay, so I didn't do a safety save here before, but I think I actually should. Because you can get totally screwed in this forest. We didn't. If the videos demonetized, do they still add ads? It's up to the copyright holder, right? So yeah, like they claim it, and generally I believe that's what happens, is they decide to have ads on it and to take the money. I think it's a split though, and I don't know what the split is, but I think YouTube usually refers to it as sharing revenue, so there is some kind of split happening. Do 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 do. La, da, 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 da. Ba, da, 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 da. Okay, here we go. Five steps after this. Good, him hitting Eris is good for us, because now she dies to a single Molotov. Which will be good at the Red Dragon fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 4.5 is good there, and I might just be paranoid. La, da. I have a theory on how to never get screwed by packing peanuts, but I don't have enough data to know whether I'm right or not. But it has to do with not running past that first, like, blinky trigger point until... Like, you noticed I stayed back quite a ways before I ran underneath that one rock, and it was to prevent running over the blinky trigger until I had to. Ben Corbin! Thank you for resubscribing. Oh. Are there any differences between routes? The biggest difference, yes, actually, there is one huge differentiator on this category, which is whether or not you pick up the long-range materia from the Mithril Mines. Because the thing is, not taking it saves like a minute, but it makes the Red Dragon and the Demon's Gate fights way, way more dangerous, and it makes you have to do slightly different strats on them. And then it also makes Safer way more dangerous. And I think maybe a couple other things too. Like, in general, it makes the run way more volatile. So that's kind of one big difference. Other than that, what you'll see between runners is just a lot of minor preference things, you know? The way that we menu, what order are the characters in, and that kind of stuff. Some people take Tifa to the temple instead of Kate Sith also, because that makes her a higher level on the diamond weapon and carry armor fights. I I don't think it's worth it, though. Summons in the speedrun, in this category, in this route, yes, we will be using a summon at least one time. All right, here we go. This is a big menu. Death blow, cover, long range, hit crit. Yeah, the pro of taking Tifa is it makes her a higher level, I think, for Diamond Weapon and Carry Armor. And maybe Schizo. But the con is that you lose at least like 15 seconds to cutscenes being different. And I think Cait Sith is just way better in the Demon's Gate fight. Like, Demon's Gate is way more consistent with him. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Mooncake. Like, that's part of the reason that Cait Sith makes the fight way more consistent, is that Dice is actually good. So yeah, the way that Cait makes the fight more consistent is that he's a lot tankier, you know? He's got more HP, more defense, so you don't have to heal him as much as you have to heal Tifa. And then yeah, that's the other reason that Dice is actually useful. Is there a manip for Dice? Nope. But it does minimum 300 damage, which is ass, right? If it does 300, that's ass, you know? But that's still a Molotov, right? As opposed to Beat Rush, which does, like... Well, you can't even get the Yaz. That's the thing about Beat Rush, is that you can't even get a good Beat Rush. Like, with the way that we do it. You don't have time, so unless you like pre-roll the reel, that's interesting. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you have time to do that though. Anyway, point is, yeah, the Dice is at the very worst a Molotov, and at the very best it does 24% of his damage or his health in one hit. Is Slots good? Slots in the right hands is so good that it is banned in this category. Because like if you learn the timing of Slots, you can get the one-shot kill every time. Does everyone that goes south, is it the runner's fault, or are there instances where you can't do anything about it? There's instances where you can't do anything about it. Sometimes Demon's Gate just starts the fight with 2 crit rock drops, right? And there's just nothing you can do about that. I do think most of the time it's up to the runner, though. But there are definitely times. Where did time get lost? I'm not sure. We need to figure out at the end of this fight because I'm just not confident that I split in the right spot before. Oops. Ooh, very nice. Awesome. Eris has her full name because we did guard skip, which skips past the part of the game where you name her. How did I lose a minute? That's actually kind of bizarre. Let's think about it. One thing that happened was... I did get a fight on the way to Gongaga, which I don't think I got on the last one. Okay, a quarter of it is from saving. So 25% of it, 15 seconds of it is from me safety saving an extra time. Then I got the card throw. I think I got 2 card throws, right? Both card throws were brutal. Spiderweb RNG, I think, was part of it. And getting a fight in the forest in front of Gongaga, I think, was part of it. I think that's all. I think it's all of those things put together. So, like, the thing, and this is the thing about this speedrun and this category, is that split, the Deathblow split of going from the Palmer fight to City of the Ancients, is the worst part of the game, as far as, like, bullshit RNG. Oh, let's safety save here. Oh, yeah, I did do the accidental attack with the guy also. That took like 2 seconds though. All right, here we go. It's one of the biggest make or break moments. Nice. Okay. What are you doing? Excuse me? Fuck you? Okay, well, we're going off the rails. Stop, bro! Okay. Oh. Oh my god, now he's doing Petrify. Who's it on? It's on Cloud? Are you fucking kidding me? This is... Okay. We need Cloud to die again. This is kind of as bad as it gets. Okay, so this should kill Cloud. That'll get rid of Petrify on him.
It's super
Oh,
unlucky.
it didn't kill him?
It's really unlucky that you're doing that right here. It's really unlucky.
That's really bad for me. Okay, I need the boss to kill Cloud now. Which I guess he's not gonna do quite yet. I don't want to big guard yet because I have to big guard when Cloud is back awake. Oh, this is, I have no choice. I have no choice but to do this. I think I'm dead. I think we die now. Because now I can't keep up with his damage output. I should have gotten Eris up. Nice miss, idiot! Okay, now we're talking. Okay, he's coming forward. Now we big guard. Oh, I didn't know where I was. Okay. Okay. We've kind of stabilized. We have to play safe now. Yeah, play safe like this. Get the dice in there. Okay, that's a really good dice roll. Oh my god, we did it! Oh man. Holy shit. Oh boy. Dude, the Demon's Gate fights have been crazy on these race practice runs. Now, here's the funny question though, is if I just gave up right at the start, if right at the start I was just like, put my hands up, let him kill me, load the safety save, and go back in, I bet it would have been faster. I bet that would have been faster. But doing that was way more fun and exciting. Oh man, dude, that missed rock drop, that saved it. That's crazy.
Yes.
The grenade on Cloud was to try to kill him before petrified him. Because I don't have a soft. So if the Petrify had counted down without him dying, that would have been, yeah, it would have been unwinnable. Okay, so now we do still need to get Cloud a limit break. Woo. Just get overpowered as soon as possible to feel strong. I used to, I mean, that's how I used to play games, or I used to play RPGs. Like, when I was a kid, I would grind a lot, but it was really just because I enjoyed the battle systems, you know? I just liked doing fights. Jun, jun. Jun, jun. All right, I will. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again real quick. Oh, yeah. And yeah, I know what you mean, Obscura, about, like, the kind of doing everything. Like, when I played Final Fantasy XII, for example, I barely remember the last battle because I was just so... My dudes were beefcakes. Because I did so much extra stuff. But it's like, in that kind of case, really it's like, the last boss for me was the final hunt, you know? The dude that has, like, 20 health bars or whatever, or however many health bars it is. I think it's more than 20. No, maybe it is like 20. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Yizmath or something like that. That was basically the last battle. There's a strat where you need to kill 1 or 2 party members. The Yoshiyuki... So Cloud has the Yoshiyuki weapon equipped right now, which does 100% bonus damage per KO'd party member. So we KO one of our party members, Eris, because that makes him do double damage, and we can still weight trick between Kate and Cloud. It's not worth also having Kate dead, because then we can't weight trick. And so it just goes back and forth, Cloud, Demon's Gate, and Cloud will just get the shit kicked out of him. But with proper weight tricking with 2 characters, Cloud can get 3 attacks in per turn, and then Kate Sith can also, like, either do a potion or a Molotov or what needs to happen, right? So, just having Eris KO'd is the strat there. Okay. Off we go. To Bone Village. Do you guys remember the Eric Andre sketch with Bone TV? When was the last time you boned? I think about that every time we go to Bone Village, I have to admit. I usually keep it to myself, though. How am I modifying around a PS1 controller? I made my own PS1 controller mod that that adds turbo to it. So only Circle can turbo, but it's good turbo. Because I don't like third-party controllers, right? So I just modified a analog controller to do it instead. All right. 12, 28, 44, 56. Here we're setting up a by going at 28 here, we're setting something up for the very end of the game. But this puts our RNG incrementer in the right spot so that later we can do an RNG manip at the end of the game. All right, lid skip. Lid skip. Nope. Set in stone, exactly, Obscures. Lid skip is real. It's real. But I mean, it's kind of a meme because it saves like 1 second. Okay, remember, do not run away from the next fight. Who was asking about summons earlier? Because here's the part where we always use a summon. How did I mod turbo onto it? I made a PCB. How it works is the attention line, which gets pulled low every time that the console pulls the controller. Every time I attached it to the input of a JK flip-flop. So every time it releases, the output of the flip-flop flips. And then that goes through a second flip-flop to have the frequency. And then the output of that goes to the base of a transistor, which goes on the line of a second circle button. And so what that means in English is, I put a, hang on, I haven't grabbed it yet, right? Yeah. We have to count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and a half. What was I saying? Yeah, it goes onto a PCB. Turbo has its own leaderboard, Chris. Is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So yeah, turbo and non-turbo are split into 2 leaderboards. The frequency that it presses and unpresses. So that's where we get into the flip-flop idea being tied to the attention line, is the fact that it is caused to flip the state of the button every time the controller pulls for input. Except because it goes through a second flip-flop that I mentioned, it technically goes through 2. That makes it hit 15 presses per second. So at 30 FPS, the game will see 1 frame pressed, 1 frame not pressed. Watering, Gygus Armlet Power Wrist. Boom, boom, boom.
You're goddamn right!
So it means that, like, the PCB that I made, it has a second circle button on it, but that circle button is only functional every other frame, and that's what the transistor achieves, is that it's just, it makes the button only function every other frame. And so if you just hold it, then the game sees 1 frame pressed, 1 frame not pressed, 1 frame pressed, 1 frame not pressed. Can you enter your non-turbo run into both the turbo and non-turbo category? Technically, yes, but nobody does that. But yes, that would be allowed. I think that question reveals a flaw in the way that the leaderboard is set up. Because it's the same exact rule set with a single like restriction, either applied or not applied, I think it would more elegantly be achieved with like a did you use turbo, yes, no column, and then you can filter it, right? But and that's what some games do. A lot of games do it, like Final Fantasy IX, for example. If you go to the leaderboard, there's a column for whether or not you used turbo. That's just yes or no, and it's all on the same board. And then if you want, as a viewer, if you think turbo's not legit, you just filter it down to non-turbo, right? And then boom, there's your non-turbo leaderboard. Now, people are very resistant to doing that for FF7. I think it would be a lot more accepted if you could get it, and this is the flaw with speedrun.com, if you could make it so that by default the no turbo filter is on. Then I think everyone would be fine with it. You know? If you go to speedrun.com/FF7 and it just loads the non-turbo leaderboard and you have to turn the filter off if you want to see turbo times, I think everybody would be okay with that. But until then, we're not part of the turbo team. And until we're part of the turbo team, separate leaderboards. The PCB, the way it connects to the controller is the only connections it makes, one is to the power and one is to the ground, naturally, for the circuit. So it connects to the controller's power, ground, and ATT line. And then the fourth thing it connects to is the pin for circle. So, yeah, so there's not any kind of socket connection. It's just 4 individually soldered connections to the controller. If you enable turbo, would it include non-turbo? Yes, that would be the idea. So instead of like turbo yes, turbo no, rather it would be non-turbo or all. You know what I mean? Yo, Doomies. Oh, by the way, we have to talk about this fight, though. Big Guard, Death Sentence, Molotov. Unless she Aqualungs. Big Guard. Death Sentence. Molotov. FF7 moderators don't, like, individual game moderators don't have any pull on speedrun.com, I don't think, because anyone can be a mod. Like, the only like, barrier to entry to be a moderator for me, or like, that I had to go through was Zeal, the super moderator, had to make me a mod, you know? Whoever Zeal decides is a mod, right? And so I don't think SRC cares about who the mods are just because they're mods. Here's what I will tell you, though, is I did make a support ticket suggesting this idea, and they gave it an answer. They put a one-word answer on it that made it sound like it was going into some kind of queue or something, and then I haven't heard back since, and this was about 4 years ago. So maybe I'll make another one. Because I find it really annoying that if you go to this category and you go to Turbo, the #1 time you see, the world record holder that you see is me. However, there are 3 people that have a better time not using Turbo than my best Turbo time. So I think if you go to Turbo, you should see those 3 better non-Turbo runs above mine. Because, you know, I think they still qualify. You just got Mountain Softlock into no bottom swell poison? Oh, man. Oh, if we as moderators just resubmit the runs, we could do that. Okay. Oh yeah, Sergeant Squirrel, I would recommend going back and watching the Demon's Gate fight. It was something else. And yo, Axe? It was something else in like a, like I mean it, you should watch it. And Squirrel, thank you for subscribing. Where'd I get this chair? So I got it from my grandma. It is apparently from Ashley Furniture. Like, I get asked about it so much that I flipped it over to look at the labels one time, and the only label I could find was that the store that it's from is Ashley Furniture. I don't know anything else about it. I feel like that locked my input there. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna do like almost 11 from that spot. And then we're gonna say 43, 51. We can take 43. Uh-oh. Oh, it was 54. Okay, 4403. 4403. Man, I'm bad at this. 4403. That's a delay in 2. Delay 1, 2. Force, wizard, fire, dragon? No, bolt. Uh-oh, that's gonna screw me up later. Comet, tent, power source Tifa. Ay, ay, ay. I hope that doesn't really screw me up on my equipment later. So yeah, now for the icicles menu, I'm gonna have to seek when I do my equipment instead of just muscle memorying it, because it might be in a different order now. Alright, alright. Boom, and you're a rascal. Babe factor, that's exactly how I refer to it. Yeah. I tried to do it a different way. There we go. I tried walking instead of running there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Oh man. Turbo pet the cat? That's the best part of turbo runs right there. Woo. Favorite minigame? I don't know. I mean, I do like the snowboarding game. I think snowboarding's fun. It's probably the best. Whoops. Oop. The motorcycle game is pretty good too. Snowboarding in real life? I've gone, I went snowboarding in real life once. In like, middle school or something. And what I remember is I don't know what I was doing wrong, but like my back foot kept coming out behind me. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't mean like coming out of the binding. I mean like it was like my back foot would like drift, rotating me to where I was moving towards my back, you know? And like that would happen until like the edge would catch, and then I would like slam onto my back. And it like kept happening. I was like, man, I don't know why my foot drifts like this. And that was about the only experience I had. It's not like, oh, I hated it and I never did it again. It was just like that was the only opportunity I ever really had to snowboard without going out of my way to do it. And that was the experience I had while I was doing it. Well, and you know what though? That was my experience when I went to a place. What do you call the places? There's a place in Minnesota called Powder Ridge, which is where we were, and that was the only place that I like went to a place like that, or the only time I went to a place like that. I did snowboard like down hills, right? Resort? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. You know, I would like. We went sledding, you know, when I was a kid, pretty often at the hills, and then when I was a little bit older, I snowboarded down the hills instead. Yeah, I'm from Minnesota. Partners in Minnesota for SummerSlam. What fast food do I recommend? Culver's is pretty darn good. As far as fast food goes. Yeah. You keep getting Culver's content right now? Okay, hang on a second. I gotta do this walking correctly. There we go. Root beer? Does that give it away? I know root is a regional thing, kind of. But maybe the beer part also, because yeah, from what I hear, we tend to. Quick Trip is called Quick Star in other places. Gotcha. Yeah, in Fargo they're pretty distinct. But the thing is, like, people like that strength of accent is present in Minnesota. The way that I've kind of described it before is that it's like I sort of feel like the Fargo level is like Minnesota redneck kind of accent, you know? Like yeah, which is generally like up north. Oh. And Fargo itself is in North Dakota, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Yeah, the big thing about Minnesota is that it's the Twin Cities, right? So like Minneapolis and St. Paul are collectively the Twin Cities. All right, we have learned Magic Breath. Oh, yeah, Flex, you were saying that you enjoy damage control? Go back to the Demon's Gate fight. One, two, three. I've actually never been to Quick Trip. Okay, this is the one where you have to stop and shiver. Yeah, Schizo is a threat. It's even kind of a meme as far as my practice runs go, because on Saturday, I didn't safety save in front of Schizo, saying, you don't really game over on this fight, you just lose a minute if it goes poorly. And then I game overed on it. After having not safety saved. So then I actually did a reset after 4 hours, and finished the reset run and ended up streaming for 11 hours that day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think I'm overstepping that a little bit. Because now I'm probably gonna get this a little early. It's a little early. And yeah, we don't have come and go here. That's known to be like an Iowa thing. I remember people would, 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Okay, here's where hang on. I have to be like super locked in on this menu. We do have it here? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Dragon, water, Gygus, fire, ribbon. Okay, that was still normal. Added cut, elemental Shiva. Yeah, you kill the ice head first because we have complete immunity to with the fire ring. So Tifa is our damage dealer, but we need to keep her in critical HP for her to do max damage. And with the fire ring, fire does 0 damage to her. So if we can kill the ice head, then we're not threatened anymore. At least if the fight is going generally well. And then we've got elemental Shiva on her, so that if she does get hit by an ice breath, if we get her into the correct health, the correct health window, which is kind of tricky, but if we get her right into that right zone, she should be able to take 1 ice breath. You never save time on this part because of these fucking bats. What can go wrong in the fight? Hopefully you don't have to find out. But basically, if Tifa misses too many death blows, it's really bad, and if she under-rolls damage, it's really bad. I gotta heal again. Just trying to be safe here. Alright, you don't have to fight the 4th icicle, you only have to fight 3 in order to move on. The 4th icicle just gives you access to a Mega Elixir, but we don't need that. There is a relay, there is a schedule for the relay. Go to ffrelay.com. Alright. We at least saved a little bit of time since Genova. Who doesn't love this? Everyone loves that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. What's up, Dracula penis? And yeah, a little Twin Peaksy. Whenever, isn't it whenever What's-Her-Face is around? Horn? What's her first name? Sherilyn Fenn's character? Audrey Horn? It sounds like her theme song. Yeah. Whenever she's up to no good. Yo, insertion. Okay, remember, we safety save here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Tent. Notch. Limit. Wait. Safety save. Desireel. Thank you for subscribing. Alright, it's gonna go perfectly fine this time though, right? This time everything's gonna go great. Alright, big guard. Hero drink. Hold on death sentence. Yeah, no resets so far, but I would recommend going back and watching the Demon's Gate fight. Unfortunately, I think I have to do this. So now what do we do? Oh, actually that solves our problem. Now we do this. Okay, perfect. Okay, we've done 1 critical attack. There's the death blow. All right, all right. 2nd critical attack now. Now. Oh! I pressed left inappropriately. Okay, we have to do that, and then that. What am I doing? Where's my grenades? There they are. Oh my god, that was confusing. Why is Cloud faster than Tifa? Oofta. Okay, I'm dropping the ball on execution a little bit here. Oh, but Tifa just hit both of her death blows, so we're fine. Nice. Okay. Luck saved me on that one a little bit. I made a couple of stupid mistakes, but we got lucky. Nice. Very good. So now, basically, the only reason we're behind is because I lost, like, 2 minutes on Demon's Gate. He didn't game over us, Sid Surgeon. It was something special. Did PB run ever fail at Sephiroth at the end of a run? Safer Sephiroth? Yes, I've lost runs to Safer Sephiroth. Is any percent harder than Hundo? It is in the sense that, like, there's less room for error in, like, the battles. And in quite a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, you could say there's less room for error on Hundo because, like, if you fail getting 100%, that is, you know, that's like an easy way to die, but as far as the actual execution of strats goes, Hundo feels easier. Well, the new... Can we leave, please? The new Hundo strat is pretty crazy, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've been doing backup saves, Psycho, on parts where there is, like, threat of death. We're doing, you know, we're taking safety saves. Yeah, the new Hundo strat referring to the chain world map manips, like chaining world map manips together to do the battery cap fights. That seems very difficult to pull off in a way that saves time. And yeah, happy Sunday. And after Genova here, after Genova death, we get a nice break. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that Andy? How's it going, Andy? Good to see ya. Packing down from the gig. Nice, nice. And yo, Matt Yonder, how's it going? Good to see ya. Been very fun watching you play Expedition 33. And Crash Bandicoot. When I got the new CRT upstairs, one of the first things I did was replay Crash Bandicoot 1. Okay, we have a new thing to do here. So first it is potion, Phoenix down, and then the new thing is boom, boom. Wow! So I always kind of forget how to do the new thing. I have to think about it. It's big guard, hold on, death sentence. Oh, yeah, Tifa big guards, hold on death sentence, advanced weight trick a death blow. Cross slash. Or regular attack, cross slash. So, Tifa big guard, death sentence, advanced weight trick and attack, cross slash. This is one of the newest, like new strats, or, you know, just little optimizations. It was another Kuma idea. Tifa might have too low of dexterity for it to work on this run, though, but we'll find out. Big guard. Hold on death sentence. Oh, it worked. Nice. One death blow. Two death blow. Three death blow. Four death blow. Hold left. Boom. Mwah! Perfect fight. How possible to run out of high potions? If, gosh, I mean, it's possible. It would be like a, I mean, it depends on how much you decide to use Cure, right? Because, like, we have Cure throughout the entire run as well, so as long as you sprinkle enough of those in, you should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. Once we've confirmed we're through, we switch to active. Yuffie has a funny line there. Oh man, Yuffie's the best. And then Sid. I think Sid is probably my next favorite character. I just like the characters that that are annoyed with the quest. Sid's theme is very good too, yeah. Okay, so we are coming up on, if you run turbo on this game, you get a very nice break here. A break long enough, famously long enough, to take a shit. So after we talk to Sephiroth, like Cloud shrugs, we talk to Sephiroth. Then after Cloud shrugs the next time, we talk to Tifa. And at that point, I'm going to go take myself a hefty bathroom break. You don't even got to force it. It's a nice, healthy break. I ate a big burger yesterday evening, so here we go. All right. I will be back in a little bit, folks. Yeah. Oh, except first, No Name. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Damn. Yeah. Thank you. I will be back. I got a big bathroom break to take. Oh, yeah. All right. How refreshing. Now, got a couple more hours to go. I guess, I could have used some kind of snack here, but, it's all right. I'll just have dinner when I'm done. I've been, I've got a turbo controller, is how the mashing is going. So, and so to answer what is always the follow-up question is, yes, it's allowed on its own leaderboard. So, runs that use turbo are on a separate leaderboard from runs that don't. I've been running into a bit of an issue where so I've been really into these Celsius drinks, right, for some extra caffeine, because without it, dude, I fall asleep. Like if I just have coffee in the morning and then I don't have more caffeine, I end up just wanting to fall asleep after dinner, right? Hello. And just like a can of pop doesn't really do it for me, Can of pop doesn't really do it for me. So I've gotten into these Celsius drinks instead, but the problem is if I have one after 3 or 4 p.m., it keeps me up at night, Then I can't get to sleep on time. But at 3 p.m., I'm not ready for one yet because I haven't eaten yet, I guess the real solution is just to actually have lunch instead of just not having lunch. Because then it would probably be fine to drink one when my stomach has lunch in it. But yeah, on a day like today, it's right now is prime Celsius time if I want to be awake this evening and not up all night, But if I drank one right now, I think it would make my stomach feel kind of sour because I've got nothing else in my stomach, Have a half of one? Now we're talking. That's a pretty good idea. What happens if you open the disc tray during an FMV? I'm not really sure. I haven't really experimented with that kind of stuff. But as far as the speedrun is concerned, it is a specific rule that we may only open the disc tray when the game prompts us to. Pop? Yeah, I'm from Minnesota. We say pop. What's funny is when I was in middle school, high school, I forced myself to say soda instead of pop because I wanted to be an individual. And then after successfully doing that, then I sort of realized that it's sort of pretentious and it takes away a little bit of my identity to just erase that part of the accent. So I started saying pop again, but I tell you, the urge to say soda is still there. Carbonated beverage or sody pop, you can just call it a sody pop. I heard that SummerSlam is in Minnesota this weekend. Yeah. Oh my god, No Name. Thank you for the $25 super chat. Put in an order for delivery. I did last time. I took the advice. I appreciate it last time. when you said the same thing, I ordered pizza that night. You did the same thing after growing up in Ohio? Yeah. What reminds you of Kung Pao, right? Go get some snacks. Perhaps a carbonated soda. My nipples look like milk duds. Oh, man. I hope they have ices. I've got some yellow liquid for your popcorn, and it's non-dairy. Face-to-foot style, how'd you like it? I was thinking about Kung Pao the other day because we were talking about, like, baby talking to babies and how I don't baby talk. I just can't. I couldn't do it if well, I don't know. Look, I've got no urge in me to do baby talk. You know what I mean? So I just like kind of talk to my baby normally, except for, I mean, I'm pretty upbeat, right? If you guys saw the way I talk to my baby, it is a little embarrassing because I'm pretty upbeat and chipper with her, you know? But I'm always saying real words to her, right? And yeah, when you get into like whether or not it's proper to do that, and like what teaches them language, it made me think of Kung Pao, right? We have like baby talking is like purposely training them wrong. We have purposely trained him wrong, as a joke. If you've got an ass, I'll kick it. Battle skip? Nope. You don't remember much about Kung Pao except the antagonist? Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, I bet if you watched it now, you would remember way more of it than you think. Do what he says, or he'll cut off your big toe. Oh yeah, I'm coming. Chosen one! I'm coming! You go that way, I'll go home is... Oh man, I mean, we could go on with Kung Pao quotes all fucking day. That movie, man. You go that way, I'll go home. How bad is it if you're 2 or 3 steps behind? Totally fine. Pretty much. Like, as long as you don't keep on making mistakes and getting further and further behind, what ends up happening is there are several parts where we want to get a certain fight on a screen before we leave. Which means if you're ahead on steps, you have to stop and run back and forth until you get that fight, which we call forcing an encounter. And that is, you know, that's just a waste of a bunch of steps. Which means if you're a little bit behind, instead of stopping and forcing the encounter there, you get to spend all that time catching up. So as long as you don't make more mistakes, as long as you get to the next part where you would have to force an encounter, you'll catch back up. Oh, you just missed it, Matthew McIntosh. We are both ventriloquists, and now we're upside down. I swing a bit more, I swing a bit less. beware his song about big butts. He beats you up while he plays it. I really like the band In Sync. My favorite member is Harpo. If there is not a Harpo, I think there should be. Dr. Hobnob, thank you for subscribing. First, a joke. What do you get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord? My ass. All right. Has that been enough Kung Pao quotes to get us through the Junon canon? It's a little Monty Python adjacent, I would say. Growing up, my two favorite movies were Kung Pao and Monty Python Holy Grail. It's generally faster to just lose the slap fight. So yeah, each of the encounters are set. I mean, I wouldn't... The way to explain it is each encounter on the step route happens after a certain amount of movement. However, that can be changed a little bit depending on what field you're on, because some fields have higher danger incrementation than others. And so, if you're not on the right field, that can also throw it off. You're surprised I remember so much? Of Kung Pao, I watched it 200 times. And the last time I watched Kung Pao was probably only like 5 years ago. Excuse me, sir, do you know where I could find a set of small metallic pyramids roughly an inch in diameter? Right here in my hand. That line I certainly don't have word for word. Is there a save step route if encounters are missed, if you're behind or ahead, a better point to reset? I think your steps questions would best be answered by my tutorial. Because I think you need like a baseline understanding of how the system works. And then that'll like answer all those questions, I think. Like just how danger increments, how fractions work with step ID, and then how step ID directly correlates to which number on the RNG table you're looking at. You memorized the Goofy movie as a kid? I remember seeing the Goofy movie. I have an embarrassing story about the Goofy movie a little bit. I remember we didn't have a Goofy movie, but I watched it at someone else's house. Like, you know, as a kid, it was one of those times where I was at somebody's house or whatever, and I watched it. And I remember thinking Powerline was really cool, and the concert that Powerline put on was really cool. And whoever's house I was at, they had Sega Genesis, and I remember rewinding the concert part and then holding the Genesis controller and pretending that I was playing the movie and I was controlling Powerline, and it was me who was doing such a cool job at the concert. But I was self-aware enough to know how stupid and embarrassing it was. I was really afraid that someone was gonna walk in while I was doing that, so I had the controller behind my back the whole time. I was hiding it, just in case someone opened the door. What were you doing in here? Oh no, I was. Were you pretending that you were? Were you pretending that you were controlling the power line? No. I was masturbating. I swear. Very carefully choose the curse ring here. Bum ba bum bum bum. All right. Could you beat the game with no encounters? It would be very hard. I think. Okay. Hang on a second. This is a big menu. Big shop. Perfect. So basically, we sold everything that we don't need, and we bought 6 HP plus materia and the destruct materia. I arrange before the Genova death fight. And the only thing to be worried about if you do that is if you run out of an item during the Genova death fight, like Molotovs or grenades or something, if you use those and then you run out of them, then the reflector will drop into that spot annoyingly. But other than that, it's a good opportunity. It doesn't make everything be in the same order every time, because like what would the differences be that would make it inconsistent? I guess like if you bought a soft, that would make it different. Stuff like that. But it at least gets everything together, and then I just remember, go down to the... Basically, it's R1 down, go up 1, and then sell everything except Wizard Fury Curse. For how I do the money route, at least. Why isn't the all materia really a thing? Yeah, I mean, I use it. I use it with restore. So when I want to heal the party, I can do cure all. This is Medial. I always feel like Captain Zap Brannigan when I say Medial. Medial. With the way that he really, like, drags out every word. I was just gonna say the sex Lexia thing. A very sexy learning disorder. What do I call it, Kiff? Sex Lexia. Yo, Mr. Grim Reaper. Pert and popular. You know, I never understood what they said there. I thought it was perked and popular, just because I didn't know. Pert has no meaning to me. Kif is a great character. Pert Plus shampoo and conditioner. I've never heard of it. I use Aussie shampoo specifically because it comes in a pump bottle, which is convenient in the shower. I fucking hate being in the shower and having to pick up the bottle and with your wet hands pop the top, right, and turn it over and squirt it into your hand, and then while you're not losing your squirt, you have to flip it back over and put it back and close the thing. Hate doing all that. I'm all about the pump bottle. Started using shampoo bars and conditioners. I didn't actually... I've never even thought about that. I didn't realize that there were shampoo bars. Huh. Oh, excuse me. Open the bottle beforehand. I don't have enough foresight to even prepare a towel. I don't know what like, it's actually a problem. I don't know. There's something wrong with me where whenever I get into the shower, I never think to, like, put a dry towel out ahead of time. Wizard, curse, ribbon, pop over here, boom, boom, boom. So I did figure out that the system should now be that the towels just go next to the shower in general, but that doesn't always happen. And so I'll finish my shower and then just have to shout, Mrs. Dash! Now, I got a question for you guys, though. Do you guys brush the water off of yourselves before you towel? Or do you turn the water off and just grab a towel and start going? Because I think the latter is insane. You turn the water off, and then if you just brush yourself off with your hands, I swear you get 80% of the water off. But I've asked Mrs. Dash about this. I've asked a couple other people about this, and they look at me like I'm insane. Yeah, no one does that, Dash. You spin in place really fast for a minute. So here we just lose as fast as possible, which is why it was important to have a certain amount of money. Whoop, I almost did laser instead of magic breath. All right, very nice. Squeegee the hair before towel. Yeah, I take all my hair and I like squeeze it out, you know? All right, I think we do Comet, restore, like that. Tranks, tent, to be active. Yeah, try it. If you haven't done it before, try it. After you squeeze your hair out, just take your hands and just brush the water off yourself. What happened to splits? On my run previous to this, I forgot to split several times in a row. So we don't have comparison times. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. It's the same vibe as the bidet dryer, except in reverse. You pay dry with paper after the shower, then use the dryer. Hang on. Oh, pat dry. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Somebody mentioned earlier, and maybe it was even yesterday, and by yesterday I mean the last time I streamed, that, like, using a bidet, they don't use any toilet paper. But I think that can't be right. Like, after I use a bidet, which I just did, by the way, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. You gotta, I'm gonna do a little bit extra just in case. You gotta, I feel like you gotta use a little paper to get the slop off. And then you use the bidet to, like, basically, you know, get shower clean. And then you gotta pat dry after that. Ever think I overthink things? I mean, I got time, you know. What do y'all do with your thinking time? I think. Did I not use a tent? I used a tent. Use a towel after the bidet. I would do that if I thought that Mrs. Dash would accept it, but I don't think she would. But yeah, I feel like toweling after the bidet is perfectly acceptable. And if it's not, then what good is the bidet, right? Don't sell me on the bidet and then act like you can't use a towel after you use it because it's too dirty. Now, it would be its own dedicated towel, yes. It would be the butt towel. It is not my birthday. I don't know who told you that. And I don't think you can use a tent on enemies in this game. I've never heard of that. I haven't heard of that in 9 either, though. Oof, that was, you know. Alright, first fight is Comet from Sid. Wow. I didn't expect his ATB to be so bad. All right, all right. Ooh, terrible ATB. Real men use the same towel for butt and face. Out of the shower, I would. Oops, I almost forgot to do this. That would have been bad. Like, straight out of the shower, yeah, I use the same towel on my butt and my face. Because otherwise, it's like, what, did you not get clean in the shower? I don't understand. Thought I saw a cat. That's how you get pink eye? I feel like I would have gotten pink eye at some point in the last 30 years, if that was true. People get grossed out about even the soap bar. The soap, it like comes off though. It's like the part when you lather up your hands, you're taking a whole layer off of the soap. I start from the top and work down. Otherwise it's like, what, are you gonna dry your legs? And then I guess the idea is that they catch the water on the way down. But, you know, the thing is you have to start with your hair. If you have long hair like me, you have to dry it first. Otherwise, it's just like dripping on you while you're trying to dry the rest of you, you know? Okay. The Olympics drying after each dive. Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to get yourself some of those towels. But also, I mean, they have like the caps on and stuff, you know. I feel like over half of the time spent drawing myself is my hair. I got to triple check the trank situation. Okay. Yeah, sadness makes you take 30% less damage. How many times I wash my hair a week? You might not like the answer. It's like twice. I think generally I wash my hair like twice a week. Some people don't like that answer, but I think it's kind of proper, isn't it? Not that I have healthy hair. I don't think I have very healthy hair though necessarily, because I don't condition it. I only shampoo my hair. I've never bothered to condition it because I just don't like conditioner. I feel like when I condition my hair, it makes me feel like I need to wash it again. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I realize I should condition if I wanted it to get longer, but instead what happens is it grows out to this length, and then I think just as fast as my hair grows, it also splits and breaks off at the ends, right? So my hair has stayed the same length for like 10 years because I don't condition it. I think that's what's happening. But my wife has always been telling me that I need to condition it. But I'm just like, I don't want to do that. I don't like to do it. It's a, you know, I shower, or I shampoo, I soap my body, I'm done. Get a 2-in-1? I did used to get the 2-in-1s, It's Surgeon, yes. Does long hair help with the drums? Yes, it's where we store the extra energy. Like a camel. Do. Well, so the thing about bald guys, I mean, I don't know exactly how this works because I'm not bald, so I don't know what the secret is, but being bald is the same amount of metal as having long hair. Like, just look at Phil Anselmo, you know? Have you guys ever seen the series on YouTube called Metal Grasshopper? I think a bald guy can make a good drummer. Do I know of any good bald drummers? I know people are all about that new Slipknot drummer. Is that guy bald? Phil Collins? To be real with you, I don't think I've ever really heard Phil Collins drumming all that much. Because he was the drummer for Genesis, right? I've never really listened to Genesis. And then he's got solo stuff, but I've never really done the solo stuff either. Is Lars bald? When I picture Lars, I picture him with hair. Balding, maybe. Oh, yeah. See, Devin Townsend used to stack the multiplier, dude. He was bald and had long hair at the same time. Okay, if Nick Barker is bald, that's the best answer I've heard so far. I don't know what Nick Barker looks like, though. I just know the drum beat from Puritania. That's such a good drum beat, dude. And then fucking Kings of Carnival Creation right after. Rob Halford, you guys aren't naming drummers! I know Puritania from CKY. That was my introduction to it, yeah. But I've gotten more into Dimmu Borgir's older stuff. Like their album Enthroned Darkness Triumphant, I feel like that's my favorite of theirs. Starts with fucking Morning Palace, dude. Oh man, that song rules. And yeah, I'm not sure about the hair status on Chad Smith. I haven't really heard a lot of his drumming either. Like I know that it's Red Hot Chili Peppers, which I don't think has ever really stood out for its drumming. And then he was in that band Chickenfoot, which I guess is like a super group, but I've never heard them. But I know he's in a super group called Chickenfoot. Do you need to know notes to do drumming? No, you don't need to know like scales. I wouldn't say. The music theory for drums is much more based on like rhythm, dynamics, like accenting, and that kind of business, you know. Polymetrics versus polyrhythms and stuff like that. But more important than poly stuff is yeah, your basics with accents and subdivisions. Ooh, subdivisions, that's a big one. Should you buy your daughter a drum set? I mean, I don't know. Does she want one? Hello. The idea of starting drums at 6 though is a little tricky because like you can't get like a full size one, right? Because they can't reach the stuff. So you would just be signing yourself up to buy another one later, you know? Unless you could, but they probably make small ones, but right, then you're signing yourself up for multiple instruments to have to buy. But I wonder if stuff like, I would say for like a kid, they do make those electronic pads where it's just like several pads in a row. And I think for a kid, it might be more reasonable to just kind of get good at one of those types of things, you know? But yeah, they certainly do make the small kits. But like then I don't know, I'd just be worried about like at some point they're gonna outgrow it, and then you gotta get rid of it, and you gotta get a bigger one, and yada yada. For dealing with neighbors, I mean, I have an electric kit, so it's pretty quiet, and I mean it's in my basement, so like. No, you can't hear it outside, I don't think. And even if we turn it loud and we're jamming, I think you can hear it from outside, but you probably wouldn't be able to hear it inside of the neighbor's house, you know, only outside. But as far as the acoustic kit goes, I do have an acoustic kit that's like really fucking loud, you know, because it's a drum kit. That I have at my parents' house, though, because I don't have room for it here. So I set it up at my parents' house, and they live in a much more rural area, where like the houses are a little bit further apart. But yeah, if you're in like a shared wall situation, then it really depends. Like the old place that we were at, we used to live in a townhouse, and the insulation was really good in the townhouses, where I basically never heard my neighbors ever, and they never complained about my electric kit. But if you're in like an apartment, or if you have people that live below you, like you're in an upper level of an apartment or something like that, I kind of think it's an automatic no-go at that point, because the kick pedal will be so fucking annoying for the people below you. So yeah, if it's a shared wall, I would say definitely you have to go electric, and even whether electric is okay, consider how much you can hear your neighbors, right? Like it's a shared wall, but can you ever hear your neighbors? If the insulation is good enough, then an electric kit can still be fine. But it would be really annoying if you got an electric kit and then your neighbors were complaining about it. Oh, I just remembered. For some reason, whenever people ask me about just getting into drums, or maybe kids getting into drums, I always remember the actual best advice I have too late, which is now. Okay, are you ready to start the question completely over? Here's what you do. If you have a kid who wants to play drums, here's what you do. Go on eBay and get a Rock Band kit. One of the 4-pad Rock Band kits, and get yourself a copy of Rock Band 1, 2, and 3, and have them play that. Because it is a really fun way to learn. It's got easy mode, and then they can start on easy, and then they can work up to medium, work up to hard, work up to expert. They've got the roadmap of learning right in front of them. They've got a bunch of, it's fun to play along with songs, so they've got a bunch of songs to play, and you know, it's not too loud, yada yada. So that's my advice, right? For anybody who thinks that they might want to get into drums, I would say that's where you start, is get a Rock Band kit from eBay, probably. Assuming it's not too much. And then, because I think, I don't know, I feel like when I got one, it was like $200 or something. For a used kit, that was pretty nice. They move. Okay, so here's how you solve the moving, right? Now this is getting a little bit, now we're buying accessories for it, but here's how you stop the moving, is you get a drum rug, right? So they make these, they're like non-slip rugs that are made for putting drums on. You can get a pretty small one. Rug, that way the kit and your stool go on the rug. And then there is something called a kick block. It's like $20 or $30. It's a foam Velcro foam block that Velcros onto the drum rug. You put the kit up against it, and because your stool is also on the rug, it prevents it from sliding away from you. So that's the and the reason that there's so much research about this, or that there's such a solution for this, is because real drums do the same thing, right? A real kick drum will slide away from you if you don't fix it, or don't like prepare for it, right? So that's what I did. I mean, I can show you even. Big Cammy. So this is a drum rug. The drums and your stool go on it. And then Velcro, this thing, it goes up against, and it'll never move. So now there's another problem with Rock Band kits, which is that as you hit the pads, they sink down because of the telescoping rods. I got a solution for that too. What you do is you get hose clamp. Put hose clamps nice and tight. And that stops them from sinking down on you. But yeah, it's not totally ideal, right? The Rock Band kit pads, they don't quite have the bounce, right, that like a real drum head or a mesh head have. You know, so they don't feel quite as good, but they're a great starting point for figuring out if drumming is something that you're into. And it's small enough for a kid. That's the other thing. You know, to go back to where we started on this topic, if you're 6 years old, that's perfect. Rock Band 2 even has a mode called practice mode. Not practice mode. Freestyle mode. Rock Band 2 has some kind of mode where you put it on and then and they can just play the drums, right? Oh, except warning on that though is you do need your audio set up to be analog or there'll be too much delay and it'll feel like shit. So never mind about that. Never mind on that. Beginner difficulty. I'm talking about it's like it just puts you into like a sandbox screen or whatever, right? Where there's no song and you just play. Oh, the stop kick, you thought we were talking about acoustic kits? I mean, we're talking about all of it, but ultimately what I was getting at in the conversation is that I think if you're talking about, like, does a 6-year-old want to get into drums, my advice would be to get them a Rock Band drum kit and have them play Rock Band and see if they like it. And so the kick block... The kick block, while that works for an acoustic kit, it's also great for a Rock Band kit to just stop it from sliding away from you. And JD, thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you. And yo, Grom, how's it going? And yo, Jayburn. Started jamming with your first band with Rock Band drums on practice mode. Yeah. As cool as OWA is, would you agree with the notion that those chosen by the planet is Sephiroth's true... Oh, theme song? When I think of Sephiroth's theme song... It is that's Sephiroth's theme. Totally. And Lightson number 1, thank you for subscribing. All right. Coming up on Carry Armor. Our July, are you just here to be annoying? All right. You're bad? It's all right. I'm glad we're over it. We just do that? So we're coming up on one of the biggest menus of the run. This is a fun one. And sounds good, Peagle. Oh, the old pocket chat. I hear ya. I hear ya. I've sent some wild text messages to people because of that. Ribbon, fire ring, curse ring, pop over here, enemy skill, boom, 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 boom. Arrange, HP plus cover, manipulate, E skill, all, restore. I kind of got off a track a little bit there, but we're back. Long range, death blow, steel, do tranks, give me a tent. Oh yeah, correct. The airship does not get faster when it goes into jet mode. What do I think of Sapphire's redesign? I didn't see it. I haven't seen any of the trailers, really. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the trailers. Being a drummer is the hardest work? Maybe in like death metal, I would say, you know, that's probably accurate. But let me tell you, dude, I went to a concert of a bunch of folk bands recently, and those drummers weren't doing shit. I was like, man, that is an easy gig. They basically just had to go boom, 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 sometimes. All right. It is kind of funny too. Yeah, when you think about like when they're switching bands, like most of the time is spent switching the drum kits. Can I sing? I can try. So I did start a band. I'm working on getting live shows happening pretty soon. Dark Rob, thank you for the 2 years subscribing. Thank you. I'm working on getting live shows happening, and in the band, I'm actually doing guitar and vocals, not drumming, because it's like it's a project where I'm writing everything. You know, it's just like I'm writing all the music, and then I've got some buddies to play the instruments live, and that's the idea, right? And so it would feel weird to drum if that was the case, right? Being the one who like wrote everything, including like the lyrics and stuff, it would feel weird, I think, to drum in that situation. Oh, I should have hit the other guy. So, I'm doing the vocals and guitar instead. Alright, so here's a part where if you were behind on steps, you would catch up. Because what we do is we walk up and down to force. So if I was behind on steps, it would just take less walking there. And then we would get this fight either way. What up, man? Are all drummers use the same setup? I don't think so. I think, it's pretty wildly different, generally. Everyone's got their preferences. But I mean, I think that there is like a general sense of like, this is the metal setup, this is the hard rock setup. So I mean, I guess let me put it another way. Each drummer has their own preference. But if you were to just put a generic kit up there, I think most drummers would be able to play a gig on it, you know? Carry armor safety save is later. But we will be safety saving for that for sure. Yeah, 2 crash, ride, hi-hat. 2 or 3 toms. The real issue would be if you're a lefty or something, you know. I wonder how many lefties can just play open hand. Or choose to play open hand. Is there no saving during the race? Oh, we'll be safety saving during the race for sure. It would be irresponsible to my team not to safety save during the race. You know what I mean? What up, Kino? You teach left-handed students to just play right-handed? I would do the same if I was a teacher, I think. Now, let me tell you though, my nephew is right-handed, but when he plays drums, he plays open-handed left-handed. Like on a right-handed kit, that's just how he does it. And I tried to steer him away from it. I tried to be like, brother, you are setting yourself up for no good. But that's just how he does it. He insists on playing left-handed, open-handed. I wonder if he sticks with drumming, I wonder if he'll ever make the switch over. Cause like he's in like drumline, like marching band drumline now, you know? And so like if he sticks with that, it's gonna be like, you gotta learn these patterns and shit and like play them in this order and all that. And I wonder if that'll like teach him better right hand dominance. Okay, we are gonna do one of these, one of those. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Okay, that's good. Oh, left hand, open hand. So normally when you play drums, you cross over, right? Like your hi-hat is to the left of you and your snare is directly in front. And if you're right-handed, dominant right hand, you want to keep tempo with your dominant hand. So you're playing it over here, and then the snare down here, right? And open-handed means that you're not crossing over and you're playing like this, right? So he's, as a righty, he's keeping tempo with his left hand over here, not crossing over and playing the snare this way. Will the relay race be emulator or hardware? Their answer was they strongly prefer everybody uses hardware. but there isn't a hard rule on it. I think everybody who's signed up is on real hardware, though. All right, here we go. It's carry armor time, baby. Okay. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is good. This is good practice. All right. Nice. Oh, thanks, idiot. Arm grab after a magic breath? Let the record show that he arm grabbed me after magic breath. And now he's lapising. Brother. I think it's 1 in 128. Okay. We'll give him a second magic breath, which is now going to make it a 1 in 32 chance for arm grabs to happen. But we need to do it. Whoops. I think we just get punched and killed now. Not quite. Yes, we just get punched and killed now. Well, that's carry armor for you. Hey, J-Rod, how's it going? Oh, brother. That's even worse than double lapis. Like, if you get double lapis, at least it's just over right away, instead of it taking, 2 fucking minutes to die. All right, all right. Needless to say, we got our dick twisted there. Why did it get so many turns? The left arm, the right arm, and the body are 3 separate entities that all get turns. Dee 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 dee. All right. Special sticks? I wouldn't say special. I just used the Vic Firth 2A. I think they're 2As. I've got B's as well, though. I use both. Hang on. I gotta think about this. Okay, there we go. Well, with the ends though, because the nylon tips are better for rubber cymbals, I think, for an electric kit, right? So I guess yes, I get the 2A ends. I think it's 2. Why do I think it might be 5? Okay. Would it ever be worth it just resetting rather than trying to recover? So yes, I would say, like, sometimes things are going so poorly that not with carry armor. With carry armor, as you can see, it takes several minutes to get back into the fight. So it should almost always be worth it to recover the fight. Now, the extra annoying thing about recovery in this game, though, like, if you do want to just cut your losses and reset, the problem is that you can't soft reset from the battle module. So you have to game over to go back to the title screen. The soft reset doesn't work. If you hard reset your console, first of all, now you have to wait for the boot up sequence, but that also throws the step route off. It throws formations off on your step route. All right. Okay. Just leave it at that, buddy. Just don't do it. Don't do this to me again. Brother. Okay, okay. There's the big guard. I think I have to X potion before magic breathing. Double lapis! Oh my god, dude. Well, all right, we're having one of those. We're having one of those days. Now it's the double lapis. Okay, okay, okay. Carry armor is doing us dirty.
This fucking game sucks a lot.
No.
All right, put me back in. Put me back in, coach. Right, the double lapis, but he jerks you around a little bit first. The funny thing is you want him to do one lapis because it gets Tifa into critical HP way faster. Oh. Yeah, we'll just magic breath. Yo, JT, man. Yeah, we're practicing for a race where, you know, it's no reset no matter what happens, and so we gotta do the safety saves. Okay, okay, so once again, Mega Elixir, come down to you, Notch. How much time lost to come up with a strat that's less RNG dependent? I don't know. Because the thing is, like, double lapis is like a 1 in 12 chance. It's not that likely. And then the thing that happened before, the thing that killed the first one, was a 1 in 128 chance. Less than 1% chance for him to do what he did the first time. So, like, I don't think it's necessarily we have to change strats. I think that was just pretty bad luck twice in a row. The first time was awful luck. Second time was just normal bad luck. And yeah, that's the thing is during the actual race, it might be the other teams getting double lapis while we get a free pass. It can happen. The last runs would have qualified me already. Yeah, I just wanted to do another run because my last run was so bad due to misplays the whole time. I was just playing like shit, right? Today, this run is also really bad, but because carry armor screwed me twice, right? Which I'm way more fine with. Okay, he's opening with Lapis again. All right, brother, just leave me alone. Okay, okay. All right, this is more like it. Wait, there we go, that's better. Nice, okay. All right, don't Lapis me, bro. This is more like it as far as how we want the fight to go. Ah, Tifa, please. Tifa, please. Ah, nice. Okay, okay. There we go. That's more how it's supposed to look.
You're goddamn right.
Okay, 8 minutes lost. All right, so now take me in here. Give her a couple of those. Sadness is permanent. The things that will get rid of sadness is if the character dies. Or they get a hyper on them. What was the 128 the first time? Arm grab, specifically. When he goes and grabs a party member and then holds them. The thing about that move is, by default, when the fight first starts, it's like a 1 in 16 chance for him to do it. But after you magic breath him one time, it becomes a 1 in 128 chance for him to do it. Why? Because every time that you do damage to the arms, it reconfigures the chance for them to do arm grab, depending on what their new max HP is. And if they're new, or not new max, their new current HP. So if their new current HP is over 75% of their max HP, which is 10,000, then it will switch to a 1 in 128 chance from then on. And then the idea is as their HP gets lower, it becomes more and more likely. But we just do the magic breath one time to set them to the 128 and then don't hit him again. Okay, Tifa not dying here is pretty nice. Is there a point where I can make up 8 minutes from here? I don't think so. But I mean, you know, this is a practice run for a race. Like there is a relay race happening August 21st. And I am practicing for that. So the idea here isn't to get a PB. It's to do as well as I possibly can, no matter what happens. As far as who the runners are for the relay race, I'm not sure yet, because they have not been chosen yet. In fact, I don't even know if I'm one of the runners yet, you know? These practice runs are to submit. All right. Somehow I saved 40 seconds there. I guess because on the first practice run, they must have killed Tifa a couple times. When is the race? The relay starts August 21st. Go to ffrelay.com if you want to see the whole schedule. All right, all right. Somehow I saved 40 seconds there. I guess because on the first practice run, they must have killed Tifa a couple times. When is the race? The relay starts August 21st. Go to ffrelay.com if you want to see the whole schedule. right. Planet Express only worth 3 kajiggers. That's the old lady says that, right? The lady who... This sounds very familiar. I've never really noticed it before. That character in Futurama is basically just the crazy cat lady from The Simpsons, isn't she? Design-wise, at least. Don't you worry about the splits. Let me worry about blank. Dude, let me worry about blank is one of the funniest jokes ever written. Is that a Tress McNeil also? I think so. She's the best. All right, we're off to Rocket Town. That was a good line. Not perfect, but it was good. All right, and then for super marathon safety, we're gonna do another thing here, where we come in here and we buy ourselves more Phoenix Downs, more high potions. Is it possible to encounter weapon underwater randomly? Yeah, I think if you spawn, like, basically on top of it. I don't know if it's technically possible to spawn literally on top of it, but you can definitely spawn right in front of it. Scruffy, the janitor. A wise guy, huh? If I weren't so lazy, I'd punch you in the stomach. But you are lazy, right? Oh, don't get me started. I think about that exchange all the time. Oh, don't get me started. That looks like Cloud. Oh, why do you have your limit? I guess we're gonna limit break with Tifa now? Hey, it did something. Best party, so we use Tifa because as you can see, she is the damage dealer. And then Sid is good because you have to play as Sid for a while, so it's just convenient to have him be the one who's loaded up as your third character, you know? Now, it is a little bit different in the 100% run. In the 100% run, you end up doing most of your damage from stuff like Knights of the Round. And in that case, then, the best party is to have Vincent. Because, so in the 100% run, Vincent can do the Vincent mug glitch, which skips animations. Nice. And skipping animations, of course. Well, yeah. So there you go. So Yuffie with Conformer is really good for damage also. Vincent is really good for skipping animations with the Vincent Mug glitch. So yeah, in 100%, I actually really like that in 100% run you use the 2 optional characters, you know? Yo, Midland Dweller. Vibe check. Oh, we're very behind because carry armor game overed me twice. Other than that, though, this run's been pretty sick. I lost a couple minutes on Demon's Gate also, but that fight was so sick that I don't even care that it was a time loss. It was a fun fight. And yeah, that's where we're at. But you know, it's a race practice run. As far as a race practice run goes, I think that this one's been pretty perfect. In that I feel like I've been playing well the whole time, unlike last practice time where I was playing like an asshole the whole time. So I feel like I've been playing well this whole time, and RNG is just forcing me to like deal with it, right? Which is good practice. So this is really what I want out of a practice run. She does too. She's loaded with meat. She's got more meat than a cow. Fry, it's me, Big Face. Come on and help me groom my mangy fur. Bigfoot? You taught yourself English? That's another one of my favorites. You know. Okay. Oh yeah, old Tim Curry. Space! I do think of the Tim Curry space, and I also can't help but think of Portal 2 also. You know what I did not know about Portal 2 until like 2 days ago, by the way? That Cave Johnson was voiced by J.K. Simmons. I never knew. It's obvious now that you think about it. You think about Cave Johnson's voice and you imagine J.K. Simmons' face and you're like, yup, obviously him. But I never knew. It was like the selling point of the game. Sorry, the selling point of the game for me was that it was the sequel to fucking Portal. Man, remember when Portal came out? Oh, that was nuts. I remember when the trailer for Portal first came out. That was one of the most exciting days in the life of a gamer in the world. Was the day that Valve was like, we're working on this new game called Portal. Here's the trailer for it. And then you see the trailer where like they shoot the portal across the fire pit. And then they look into the portal and you can see through it. And they go through it to get away from the Crusher. And then they turn around and look in the portal. And you can see the Crusher in the portal that they just came out of. It was the most mind-blowing fucking game trailer I've ever seen. Oh, that was something. Anyway, I'll be right back. Oh, yeah. And then also the fact that Portal was just part of the orange box, where it was like, hey, here's the hotly anticipated next expansion of Half-Life 2 that everybody is dying for, but also it's just gonna have this Portal game with it, and also it's gonna have Half-Life 2 and Episode 1 on there just in case you haven't played it yet, or you don't own it yet, which I didn't at the time, because when I turned 17 was about when Episode 2 was coming out. And then also in the package is going to be Team Fortress fucking 2, the new greatest multiplayer shooter of all time, and this entire thing was like $40? You had to be there. Counter-Strike Source, I don't think was part of the orange box, if I'm not mistaken. PS3 version of Orange Box ran like shit. I don't remember that. I mean, I got it on PC. I do remember them sort of doing a pretty cool thing, though, where... Do you remember where on PS3, Sony cozied up with Valve, and Portal 2 was actually cross-platform multiplayer between PlayStation and Steam? But then, like, they never did anything else with that partnership. Nice. Are the other Final Fantasies on Xbox? I don't know. I think so. There's like the pixel remasters if you're into that kind of thing. But I mean, if you have a computer that's able to run it, if you're interested in Final Fantasies, I would just emulate the original versions, I would say. If you don't just, I don't know if I already said this, if you don't just have the hardware for them. Okay, remember Bone Village when I said that we were setting up that thing 2.5 hours ago? Okay, here we go. This is the setup. Now we do the manipulation. 1, Okay, that was a 1 spin. 1. Okay. 2. So it's going to spin again now. Then we wait for about that much time. Oh, I got the noob text box because I bonked. But yeah, it kind of depends on what you're looking for. If you want, like, the best experience that's also relatively easy, I would say, like, or, well, by best experience... Okay, here's what I mean, right? I love the 8-bit NES version of Final Fantasy. I think it's great. Awesome game, and it's very fun to appreciate where they started, you know? But if you were to try it and you're like, I can't handle it, this or that I don't like about it. I don't like that when you kill an enemy, then other people that you sent to attack that enemy then just don't do anything, or this kind of thing, right? If you're not into like the quite that retroness that the NES version has, then I would say play the Game Boy Advance version. And the great thing about Game Boy Advance, so Final Fantasy Dawn of Souls, you can play Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on that, and that's a really good version. Do I get some games earlier? I get emails pretty often of from like very small indies that are just, you know, casting a wide net of trying to get their game out there. I did get I got Mugenics early. I got Mugenics like 1 day early. I had to ask for that though. That was like I signed up to get it early. But more so than early, there are a few things that I've gotten for free. I was on Atlas's nice list for a while, so I got Metaphor for free, and SMT5, Vengeance, and Persona 3 Reload. I don't know if they're still giving me free games, though. I haven't gotten the call yet about Persona 4 Revival. But I feel like there was some other Atlas thing that came out that I didn't get notified about, so I might have gotten taken off their list. Oh, you still have your original NES? So here's the thing. Is the original Final Fantasy, yeah, you can just get that and play it. Final Fantasy 2 and 3, however, were only released in Japan. So you need to get, like, a bootleg cartridge of... Like, if you want to play them on NES, your options are generally to get a bootleg cartridge that has, like, a fan-translated version of the game on it. If you're interested in playing, like, all of them, you know? I'm sure there's a lot of people who would be perfectly happy, though, just playing what in the US is Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, which is 1 on NES, and then 2 and 3 are on Super Nintendo, but they're actually 4 and 6, because we didn't get 2, 3, or 5. I've heard mixed things about the DS version of 3, but yeah, I've only played the NES version. Is any percent run allowed to have this sick skip to Northern Crater? Are you talking about, like, Ocean Fly or whatever? That is not on this category that we're running today. We don't do that skip. And yo, Dave, oh, we had some problems, but, you know, we're still rocking. Yeah, just, so regular any percent does that skip. The big one, disc 1 skip, I think is what most people call it. But the thing is, it's so warping to the run. And honestly, the route isn't that exciting. So, folks, most folks just run this category still, where it's not allowed. Because it's, the run is generally more interesting. With Materia Keeper, Palmer, Red Dragon, Demon's Gate. Right? These are all fun bosses that people didn't want to have not be in the run anymore. I'll shout out Bottomswell too, you know. We like Bottomswell. Okay. My opinion, you're asking about, like, how the leaderboards should be done? Yeah, and I'll say, but I mean, you know, it's not my decision at all. In fact, I was, you mean about that kind of thing? I don't think so. I don't imagine that they actually watch my streams and keep tabs on my opinions, because right there, I don't know, there's just so many streamers. I think if you're the guy who's deciding, like, who gets a copy of the game, right, early, I think all they really look at is, do you stream these games, and how many viewers do you have? With the latter being significantly more important. Ow. Ow. And yeah, deadlift. Exactly. It takes out all of our most of our favorite bosses, and instead we have to steal a circlet, which is super boring. And just like, yeah, Schizo's still in the run, but you know, you just cast Aqualung on him 12 times. Has the kiddo started playing GTA yet? Yeah, just like 2 days ago, I had her on my lap while I was playing Vice City, and you know, she was reaching out, and I let her reach out and play with the analog sticks a little bit. So, yeah, first game she ever played. The first game where she ever made an input to the character on screen was Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Now, the first game that she actually plays, we'll see what that ends up being. It's probably going to be like Fortnite 2 or some shit. You know how the kids are. Diamond Weapon, what happens is he will approach Midgar, and then he just stands at Midgar and waits for you to engage him. All right, remember our Chocobo from Column Skip? Here he is. Be free, buddy. So, as far as engaging him in the water, first of all, you can't do it in the high wind because it does that. And the submarine can't get out to this area. So the only way to get him in the water is to own a Chocobo and then do cloud surfing out into the water. To, like, run Cloud out into the water. And you can get him a little bit earlier by doing that. Okay. We're gonna go Ether Cloud. We have 2 limits. You can take 2. And then we go Battle Speed down. Battle Speed down is required for weight tricking to work here. It's not to make it easier, it's actually needed. Because when you hold... The thing is, Tifa, big guarded Tifa, or hasted Tifa, will be slightly faster than Diamond Weapon, but so little faster that at maximum battle speed, just holding circle to queue up her turn, the amount of frames that it takes for the menu to open and auto-select, he will get his turn in that time. Unless you lower the battle speed, in which case that widens the gap between when she gets her turn and when he gets his turn, and that offers enough frames for you to be able to hold circle. So that's why we lower the battle speed here. It's not to make it easier. Oops, I meant to do this. Carry armor, Nurtim. Carry armor game overed me twice. Just horrible RNG. I think I can do that. Hello, Jessica. Sure, yeah, hi. How's it going? All right. That's no good. This should be good, right? I think I did everything I need to do. Two limit breaks. We're hasted. Yeah. We're good. Now we just need Tifa to hit 2 death blows. Nice. There's 1. Nice. There's 2. All right. Man, he is bullying Tifa. Sheesh. Nice. Alright, I've talked about, this part's funny, you can move Cloud here, but all it does is if you move him away from that spot, he just has to run back to that spot. This is my favorite FMV in the game. The reactor's powering up here. And here we go, the big tubes. All the lights going out. Yeah. So the thing about normal attacks, Nerdtim, is that we are doing normal attacks because we have added cut materia attached to Death Blow. So it's a Death Blow followed by a regular attack each time. How many safety saves? Let's see. Calm skip. Next one probably isn't until Red Dragon, right? Red Dragon. Demon's Gate. Oh, I did do one in front of the Berserk Forest also, so that makes 4 there. Schizo. Diamond Weapon. And then right at the end. So I think I'm doing 7. Just off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm going with 7 safety saves. Yo, Neon. Thank you for the good luck. No, instead of safety saving Dyne, I'm forcing a right arm steal. Ultimate Derp, how's it going? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't know who you're talking to. Oh, the reactors thing. I gotcha. Yeah, I guess they rebuilt them or some shit. I don't know. Or maybe blowing them up just didn't do anything. You ever think of that? All right, I think now we do one of those. And then bring us back up to fast. Oh, yeah, Rasputin. So we're about to do another major skip where we skip past the entire Return to Midgar and Proud Claude fight and all that. It is the easiest skip in speedrunning history. A baby could do it by accident. How it works is the game is about to switch scenes over to Hojo, but on that Hojo scene is a boss trigger. Now, also on that scene is an invisible cloud that you can't move. However, they programmed it wrong, and they made it so you actually can move the invisible cloud for 1 frame. And guess what? You're 1 frame away from the boss trigger. So all you have to do is hold right and run as this screen loads in, and there you go, we did it, we hit the boss trigger. Now, instead of doing the rest of the cutscenes and the Return to Midgar and all that, instead we're gonna fight the Hojo boss now, and finish Disc 2. Because that's generally how the game goes, is that if your party isn't in a scene, they do exist, they're just invisible and you can't move them. But this time, it's just so funny. You can move him for 1 frame, and he spawned 1 frame away. He spawns 1 frame away from the trigger. Oh, it bugs the music out, though. Unfortunately, the music does become bugged out when you do this trick. So, let's see. Big guard me. Death blow me. Go to vaccine. And then we gotta supplement our own music here. Nice. Nice. All right, getting some good death blows in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know, dude. Nice. Yeah, these death blows have been very good this fight. Wow, yeah, that was a super good Hojo fight. And yeah, a lot of songs that have a time signature in 5, the way that they do it is a 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 or 1 2 1 2. You can count it as also because a lot of times the accents are boom 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 boom. Like Mission Impossible. Jun jun jada jun jun jada jun jun jada jun jun jada. The cloud spin? I think that already happened, didn't it? Yeah, that already happened. That's before you go to Bugenhagen. Yeah, in FF7 you can also Phoenix down undeads, and or do you? Oh, you mean that it works as in it doesn't do damage to them? Or do you mean it works as in it does do damage to them? There's Vampire Tifa, that's right. Oh, right. We gotta supplement the music. It does damage. Yeah, it does in this one also to undeads. Phoenix Down, I think, has a 25% chance to kill, if I'm not mistaken. But an elixir will always kill. And then healing just does damage. Yeah, an X potion also. X potion kills as long as they have less than 10,000 HP. Because it can only do up to quad 9's damage. But yeah, as long as they have less than 10,000 HP, an X potion will one-shot them by just doing 100% of their health in damage. And that's what we would do on Gina Talk, yeah. Do, 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 do. Hey, sounds good, Chris. Thanks for watching. And yeah, we are almost on at home stretch here. And yeah, I'm much happier with this run, even though this is still a pretty slow run. This was really good practice as far as like I feel way less rusty now, and you know, it was mostly just RNG that slowed us down on this one, and that's perfectly fine. Like I'm saying, it's actually good for a practice run to get bad RNG and have to deal with it. You know, you can practice optimal RNG all you want. The consoles. Gotcha. Never heard. I have not heard of them. Oh wait, we're supposed to be on this one now. And now don't get fooled by this time signature. This one sounds weird. It sounds kind of weird, but it's just 6/8. It's just that they're doing a 1 2 3 4 5 6 and then a 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 and 2 and 3 and they're just accenting it differently. But I always think it sounds sick. Arrangements like that. Seven you hear a little bit less frequently. Normally 7 is used when well actually there is a measure of 7 in a song in this game. Hang on a second. There we go. Oh yeah, where he's like pointing at the sheet of paper. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3. But yeah, a lot of the time 7 is used for something that needs to sound very urgent, which makes sense because it's like the next... If you make a 7 that sounds like it's gonna be 4, but then it turns out to be 7, it makes it sound like the measure keeps starting early, you know? Which is like you're being rushed. You're being rushed along. The next measure keeps starting an 8th note early, you know? So like I think the Metal Gear Alert music is in 7. There's a really popular Metroid song that is also, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Oh, whoa! I way overwalked that. I was thinking about Metroid music. Okay, I might get an extra encounter because of that. Oh my gosh, who am I? I can't believe we escaped there without him getting a turn. And yo, Dog Day, well, thank you. I think it's the one that starts going like I think that part has a 7 part in it. But I'm not sure. Okay, we might be fine on steps, actually. Dude, speaking of series that have really good music, I love Metroid music, dude. And yeah, this is not only my favorite Final Fantasy game. I mean, this is just my favorite video game of all time. Yeah, dude, Prime 2's soundtrack is so good. Okay, here's Save Crystal Glitch, where we selected Save Crystal at the same time as grabbing this vine, which initiates this cutscene. So now when we select no on this, it lets us move during this cutscene, even though we're not supposed to be able to. So what that lets us do is select where everybody's going, left or right. We want Cloud and Sid to the left, and then we can just leave instead of watching the rest of the minute-long cutscene. Favorite members on a casual playthrough? I like Red and Yuffie a lot, yeah. If I played through again right now, I think I would do Sid and Yuffie. Terminator, the jun. That whole thing? 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Okay, we should be good here. We should not get another fight. Boom. We good. All right, all right. Then our final safety save. Money, yeah. Boom, boom, ba-dum, boom, 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 boo, doo, 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 doo. That's like the most famous 7 riff, I feel like. But then the like the instrumental section in the middle goes back to 4 though. All right, all right. Here we go. Oh yeah, speaking of like crazy time signatures in games, the whole Hyrule Castle in Breath of the Wild is like really weird. All right. Boom, there's our final descent. We do an up menu, we go to equipment, misstyle, curse ring, pop over here. Do we arrange first? I can never remember. Yes. Long range. Death blow. Added cut, elemental, Rama. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's everything. Tranks, high potion U. That should be everything. Alright, let's... This isn't right. There we go. Boom! So now Tifa won't miss her death blows anymore because the misdial is giving her crazy accuracy. Have I ever got Knights of the Round? Oh, yeah. Until recently, I had the world record for the 100% category of this game, where you get every materia, every item, every weapon. Zeal's got the world record now. Got me off the missing encounter video. A lot of people did. That was that turned out to be pretty huge, huh? Yeah, Birth of a God is sweet, but unfortunately, the Hojo skip music glitch means that this fanfare music is going to be playing throughout that whole fight. Every item that can be purchased from stores? Yes, it does. The only things that it doesn't include are key items. Key items in general just aren't tracked because it's unreasonable and you can't get all of them. And then the other items that don't count are the limit teaching items because we use those. You know, like, we get those items and we use them. So we don't have them in our inventory at the end of the game. Same with the Earth Harp and Desert Rose, which you get from defeating Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon. We turn those into the Calm Traveler. So we get them, but we don't keep them. Every other item, we need to have in our inventory at the end of the game. Alright, I think that's totally fine. Unless he dies to the Bolt 3. If Sid dies to Bolt 3, that could be very annoying here. I don't know if he can, though. I don't know if 1700 is... That might just be enough. Okay, never mind. We don't have to test it. All right, so now, at the very least, the victory theme does fade away here. And that does allow me to supplement One Winged Angel manually. Yeah, it checks a few things. It checks, like, what average party your level is. It checks whether you recruited Vincent and Yuffie. It checks whether you cast Knights of the Round against Genova Synthesis. Alright, here we go. Here's the big question. Here's the part that makes this fight slightly complicated. Will he Shadow Flare Tifa? No! 07's in chat for Sid. He has been a valuable member of the team. His service has now concluded. Now he'll just hit Cloud for like 500 damage. Easy peasy. He always hits the character with the highest HP on that attack. Yo, Katumbas. Boom. Perfect. And all right, there we go. Pretty good run, you know. It was all right. It was all right. No, I've not seen that FF7 abridged thing. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. How many movers do you kill in a hundo? On the route that I've run, 0. We never see one. But on the route that, on the new route, I believe that's how you get the Protect Ring, is you morph a mover to get Protect Ring, if I'm not mistaken. But all right. There we have it. Another practice run in the bag. Feeling pretty, I'm feeling pretty warmed up. I'm feeling nice. I'm feeling like we had some good practice. And then with the, with the, whatchamacallit, the relay coming up soon here. Maybe I'll get picked for the relay. Maybe I will be participating in the race. We will see. All right. Is it a hundo if you don't kill at least one of everything? I mean, I think really it's just up to whoever decided what 100% is. Killing everything, I don't know. I don't know if it sounds fun. Does it sound fun to do that? I don't really think so. We do have to fight every boss, you know. You gotta kill all the bosses. Can't wait for tomorrow's hundo, I promised. All right. If Care Armor hadn't screwed me over, would it be a PB? No, my actual PB is 634 or something. These are race splits, or like practice splits. That include safety saves and stuff. All right. Boom. We're omni-slashing, of course. We're getting in there. Yeah. The 100% record was like 1532 or something. Meow Mix Clock with 97 months. I think Meow Mix Clock is literally my longest subscriber, my longest term subscriber. 97 months, dude. That's crazy. Good to see you. Glad to have you here. Nutwalker, thank you. Thank you as well. Ba-dum-bum-boom. Look at them numbers. Pathetic. But yeah. All right. That's the run. It was at least a sub 650. So how about that? But yeah, to answer the questions real quick, let me look for myself. My PB, my actual PB is 634.11, and then 100% is 1546. I oversold it a little bit. It's 1546. And Zeal still hasn't submitted his record where he beat it with the new route. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. 15 hours is a long time to be focused. Yeah, 100% runs are something else, you know. It's all day. You got to be on point. You got to be locked in all day. They're super fun, but pretty prohibitive as far as like the circumstances you need to set up in order to even be able to run one, you know? When I got that record, what happened was I took a week off work and did like a subathon and grinded out 100% during a week vacation, you know? And that was fun. And yeah, I know you meant the Omni damage. IR Tharkus, thanks for subscribing. Welcome, thank you. And that's for PS1, yes. The PC hundo was like 1427, I think. I think PC hundo it was 1432, and then the new release that they just put out, where they fixed double input glitch, that one's like 1427 or something like that. So yeah, I've done hundos of a bunch of different categories, but yeah. Will I try to beat the record again for this game? I don't think I've got the time to try to go for the record anymore, you know? I do a fun run every once in a while, like this, you know? Like, a big relay race event sounds really fun, so I'll try to be a part of that. And I do commentary for other runs pretty often and stuff. But as far as, like, grinding out the record, I got a kid now. I'm a dad, right? I've got a 4-month-old baby, so at least right now I don't have it in me, or I don't have the time for it. But you know, never say never. But what I would say is that by the time my kid is old enough to where I can stream a little bit more, probably not going to be speedrunning FF7 anymore at that point, or at least not seriously, you know. We might be in maximum dad chill zone or something like that, you know? Yeah. You beat the record first try, but the capture card died, and also your internet went out, so Twitch wasn't working. Oh, gotcha. Go ahead and submit it on the board, though, and, you know, we'll get it up there. We'll get you represented. Why did you have to form 3 teams? Because they, the mechanic is that there's like a score system for how complete you are in the game and how strong you are, and they make you do more party stuff, depending on that. Which is what we were talking about during the Safer fight a little bit. If your average party level is high, if you recruited Vincent and Yuffie, if you cast Knights of the Round against Genova Synthesis, there might be other stuff too, I don't exactly remember, but it's like those things put together like a score where they say like you're gonna get the more complicated version of Bizarro if you've done that stuff. But in any percent run keeps it simple. Even 100% keeps it simple, at least the route I ran. I don't know if the new route has to do 2 parties. But alright. Alright. I'm very thirsty because I ran out of water, and I'm pretty hungry after a 7-hour speedrun. It's about dinner time. And I've got a cute baby to go talk to and play with and you know, rock in my arms. So I got stuff to do, but thank you everybody for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the GGs and the subs and all that. And let's see if anybody's interested in being part of the raid. The raid. We can go raid somebody else who is doing something here. I see a couple folks that I've raided very recently already. And so let's change it up a little bit. You know what my other favorite game of all time is besides FF7? It is Super Mario 64. And Cheese is running Mario 64 right now. So I'm going to send you guys over there. Have yourselves a good night. Go say hi to Cheese and enjoy some Super Mario 64 speedrunning. This is the Twitch people. I don't know how YouTube does it. And I'll see you guys later. Bye!